Good morning, one and all. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I'm very happy to introduce our speakers of the day to all the participants. So today we have with us two speakers in the morning, Dr. Manoj Singh Gaur and Dr. Vinita Jain. Dr. Manoj Singh Gaur is a director, Indian Institute of Technology, Jammu. Prior to joining IIT Jammu, he was a professor and head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Malware National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, India. Additionally, he was professor in charge as coordinator of IIIT Kota. He completed his master's degree in computer science and engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and PhD from University of Southampton, UK. In his teaching and research career of more than 2 decades, he has been investigator of a number of funded research projects in the area of information security and networks on chip. He has been part of the core group of project ISEA, Information Security Education and Awareness, which is a major multi-institutional project in the domain of information security in India. His current research areas include computer and network security, network attack models and countermeasures, mobile platform security, cloud security, malware analysis, networks on chip, and SDN. He has published more than 170 plus papers in reputed journals and conferences. He has also contributed to a number of book chapters. He has several funded international collaborations with many countries. He has supervised several PhDs till date, and currently many research scholars are working actively in his research group. He has served technical program committees of many IEEE ACM conferences and is a contributing reviewer of a number of ACM, IEEE, Elsevier, IET, Springer journals. If I keep talking, I think I will take up the whole one hour introducing him. I have just cut short, cut it short. On a special note, sir, I also would like to tell you one thing. Since Professor Vinod has joined us, not even a single day has passed without him mentioning your name. So we were like, so we were like awaiting to see you.
Okay.
And I took permission from him to cut short the introduction.
No. See, do not. So I am a teacher, actually. That's it. So
So we are really lucky to have you here with us today, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I take permission to introduce our next speaker also.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Dr. Vinita Jain. Dr. Vinita Jain completed her master's in computer science and engineering, Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal. She earned her PhD in computer science and engineering from Alavia NIT Jaipur. Presently, she is a postdoc at Fraunhofer Institute of Integrated Circuits, Dresden, Germany. Her areas of interest are Android security, cloud security, and information security. She has numerous publications in the top-tier conferences and journals to her credit. Now we welcome Dr. M.S. Gaur and Dr. Vinita Jain to handle the session on mobile security, cloud computing, present and future trends. Welcome to you.
Okay. Sorry. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning. It's a very foggy morning over here, actually. So in Jammu, it's around 3 to 4 degrees today morning, and Vinita must have reached back Jaipur yesterday night itself, right, Vinita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm happy to be part of this international workshop, and I saw the very impressive list of speakers which Vinod could able to muster and get them along. So besides the point that we are very proud to have Vinod, actually. He was, I think, our first student in information security, and he established a very impressive threshold for all others to follow, the kind of work he has done. And that was the first, in fact, venture of us, myself and Vijayalakshmi together, because part of work is coming over there. And we were plainly lucky to have good students around us, including Vinod and Vinita, who's going to talk with us right now. And we have been working on this. Okay, coming back, today we'll cover Android security, perception versus reality. It's for the mixed audience, bit of research, bit of applied translational view, point of view. It's as it is area where the things keep on changing very frequently. So we'll try to address some of them. I hope it will be useful. So the outline will be typically like this. We'll talk about smartphone security, current state of the art, about a bit about Android, the most popular mobile operating system, Android fundamentals, how the execution models and which gives us access or for data leakage, information leakage, and which leads to us ICC concept of security in Android, and then perceived our perception about the shortcoming in Android security mechanism. What are the current and future potential threats as known to us? We won't claim that we know everything about it, but whatever we know, we'll try to share. Then the proposed solution to detect a very limited sense and detect the privacy leakages. What are the various research pointers, open security issues, and tips for security users and developers' point of view? And then we'll conclude the talk actually. So quickly rush through it because I presume that we have around an hour. By 10:30, 10:35, we'll try to finish. The popularity of smartphones has been all known, pervasive because of user friendliness, open source in nature, multiple sensors inputs. So smartphone has made us, kind of smartly connected, assuming the user is not very smart. So our smartness, total smartness, probably will keep on. It's a trade-off. The user will become maybe dumber, but information-driven at the time. As a result, more and more apps are coming. So OS is being evolving, and to some extent, it's a push and pull kind of situation. Some of the features now of mobile phone is coming to tablets and as well as laptops as well, in terms of internal structure of the process and process manipulation within operating system, and vice versa. And which is leading to the what we call the process isolation virtualization, which slowly has organically developed over the years in last, I would say, 15 to 20 years, as the processor starts supporting these features. Android is now one of the, it is the most popular operating system on mobile platforms, typically crossing 90% of the global market share. If you look at it, what kind of data is being handled by smartphones is everything. We handle it, and we would wish to handle. So this is a kind of extended identity nowadays. Like we have the email, SMS by default, contacts and biometrics, the pictures, and all different kind of mechanism have been developed with larger and larger storage, local as well as cloud, connected with this. The location and with other sensors also, it's become a reasonably powerful device, because you would like to miss anything but the smartphone when you move out of the house, or when you are leaving a place. Web searches, web history, to some extent is being worked out, and documents, certainly you would like to respond to it. And always connect model with 3G onwards has enabled us to actually always responding, and we got what we call the fear of missing out. That's a separate sociological effect which keeps on coming over there. Different and all kind of account information, passwords, and we are doing a lot of banking and paying a transaction, which is very inclusive in a sense that everybody, it has democratized the access to the bank as well as information. Almost everything that we can think of on the desktop and laptop a couple of years back is now on the mobile. So security in smartphone versus PC, typically what we have, still continue to have it. Limited computing resources, though a number of cores have gone a lot, to up to almost 8 or 12 in smartphones, but these cores are slightly different than what we still have at laptop and PC. Battery has improved a lot. Almost you need to charge only once in 24 hours, but still remains limited. That it can still die down if you are not careful. The CPU is of different architecture with limited computation power. Then memory memory has gone up a lot. Now we are having smartphones coming with almost like 6 to 12 GB of primary memory and around 128 to 56 GB of secondary storage in flash ROM. But at the same time, these memory technologies are slightly less performance, having less performance when you compare with laptop and this thing. So latency an issue remains an issue, but it works within the form factor what we have at our hand, and it's not, we can't complain much about it. Bandwidth is increased. Has improved immensely actually in last few years with 3G and 4G LTE is available with us, and I think in 2021 you will see 5G as well. So bandwidth along with the low latency traffic and streaming is enabling all these application services which we are trying to lap up with all different kind of platforms being rolled out on this. Therefore we cannot use VC solution as it is, so they have to be appified, like which comes on the app form in execution model, whatever we are taking, and whatever mobile operating system we have. And user education side, like broader use of user compared to PC, and it's a very easy and carry with us. More prone to social attacks, of course, because you don't carry your laptop, open up and sit down everywhere, whereas you keep on using mobile phone because of the ease of use. It's a ubiquitous, like you have, it's pretty less expensive, around 4,000 to 1,50,000 and more. And these kind of so it's available everywhere actually. And outnumber the PCs now. In fact, number of connections, number of connectivities, and the penetration of the information dissemination, reach out from the source to sink has increased voluminously and immensely actually in last few years as our networks are growing. More interfaces and connectivity, Bluetooth, infrared, Wi-Fi, NFC, cellular. At the same time, it's giving you all different kind of connectivity for ease of sharing documents and the media. But at the same time, it is giving a kind of attack vector also, if we are not careful to use these sensors. With range of sensors, excessive access to the sensitive content, location, identity. So as I said earlier, it becomes an extended identity of the person who carries it, because our bank accounts are connected with this, our identification in terms of Aadhaar is connected with it. In fact, your passport renewal happens through this. So different agencies are using to identify the person with the mobile phone, and it's become a very important tool for all of us to carry with us. And we become hugely handicapped if we don't carry it. So, and in addition to this, so identification of the mobile itself becomes very, very important, like with MAC, Bluetooth address, IMEI, IMC. So this is a lot of privacy information which carried about the device, and hence about you as well. And as I said, that payment apps, financial apps and credit cards, which is driving the economy, and hence people find that they can generate money, and hence the spread actually which happens. And wider range of software applications than PC. That's there is an app for it. Everything you are going to do it, and if it is not there today, maybe in next few days you'll find that it is trying to approach over there. And whatever we used to have like typical like e-governance systems or ERP systems in institution, we would like to appify it because of app of use, because on the move wherever you are, you can actually work for it. But at the same time, there are some issues if we do not handle this information properly. So this is if we look at the pan out, that in what way what mobile operating system is being used in different countries. If you look at Android versus typically iOS or Apple mobile platform. So again, statistics and reference being given down below, and thanks to Vinita, who has compiled this one. She's going to pick up after a few slides in this work as well, because this work is primarily by Vinita. She has done it. So as you can see, this India is almost using more than typically 95% of smartphones coming out of Android only, and different countries have got different preferences actually, so it depends. And Android users are prime targets, because since it's now one of the biggest, it is the biggest mobile operating system, so it becomes a prime target because this continues to provide the biggest attack surface for the potential malware writers or information, leaching agents, what we call it. They want to attack, they want to take information, they want to get your identity, they want to spoof your identity, they want to use your identity, they want to have all information what you carry with you. So what's distribution of Android devices at affordable prices, which is driving it. Once side loading is enabled, Android applications can be downloaded from just about anywhere. So these are the growth driving parameters and open source ecosystem that offers information source code needed. Though it is partly true, it's not necessarily that open source system is always prone to attacks. But again, the patches, as soon as being known, that community actually start working very closely to patch the system. But at the same time, remember that every version of Android which is being ported to a particular device is coming through OEM. So that's a structure which exists. So at times, some of the vendors do not patch it very quickly if it is known in particular operating system, because there's a chain of events happens. And it gives you a window of opportunity to some of the malicious code writers to actually exploit those situations. So at the end, you can see this 10% of the Android users still continue to use version 4 and 5, whereas today we are talking about 9, 10, 11 actually. So, this gives a reasonably large number wherein the attacks can actually happen. The recent attacks on Android, the cloak and dagger attack, the attack manipulates the attributes of operating system, visual design, user interface to hide malicious activity. At the end, you'll find the references also which is being given. And then spear phone attack, the attack can eavesdrops on voice calls to compromise speech privacy of the end user in the call. And man the dish attack, that attack monitors the data transferred between the other apps and the user's devices and the external storage, and overwrite it with his own data in timely manner. And key installation attack, what's called the crack. This attack exploits a four-way hand check mechanism, or WPA supplicant. One more thing I would like to add is, because Android is now being extended to multiple devices as well. Like you have the Android TVs, you have the Android loudspeakers, home, smart communities, which is being moving across. So this interconnectivity between the devices, we'll see it later also in this talk also, is give a kind of attack vector through which it becomes rather more complicated to trace out that where this attack is leading to, and what are the source and what is sink for this. Because in the ephemeral attacks, typically it comes and goes. It's very difficult to find out that who initiated, where it's gone. Typically in asynchronous transition modes. A quick overview of Android, the operating system, mobile and embedded devices, and that was a roadmap when it was launched. Has been developed by OHA, which is further led by Google. So it's multiple service providers, Google, and assortment of manufacturers and the processor manufacturer as well. Supports ARM architecture and provides framework for developers to build a new application for the users. Each application has its own user ID, which is assigned at the time of installation application. And default applications cannot interact with each other, but the Android provides inter-process communication, various artifacts and mechanism for the interaction of the application. And these are the versions. You can see this over last 13 to 14 years. Cupcake, donut, eclair, froyo, gingerbread, honeycomb, ice cream, jelly bean, Kit Kat, lollipop, marshmallow, Nougat, then Oreo, pie, Android. Now, I think probably they have run out of the sweet ones, names. So now Android 10, 11 actually, which start coming. And typically Android app which runs it, hence the growth, because it becomes so friendly to be used, is .apk Android package. Name of the package which describes that the components of the app required to permission minimum API level on which it will execute. then the app resources, what are being required, then Dalvik bytecode, all classes in one file. Then we have meta, that is manifest file, hash of all file in that case, and then the certificates, hash of manifest.mf files and hashes of all entries in manifest file. And so this is a typical structure we need to follow while creating the app and building it up, which can be installed and run on any particular Android version. Android app components have activities, services, content providers, and broadcast receivers. Because as I said that there are multiple processes, multiple sensors, and the execution, you have multiple entry points. So they represent screen, in the case of activities, are visible to the user. For example, chat screen, status screens, call details, screen of typically like screen of WhatsApp application, which is the activities. Services in the background task does not have the visual interfaces, network download, playing music, and typically working, because remember the kernel remains is being borrowed from the Linux with some bind and some native code as well, which tightly couples the execution of these apps which are being virtualized through a virtual machine. Then we have the content providers. They serve as a database like data stores and allow data exchange between the applications. Contacts and messages stored in a system level content providers of Android are shareable with the apps, and broadcast receivers are that they receive and react to the broadcast announcements, low battery power, connected shutdown. So similar mechanism actually existed in Linux as well, and they continue to be borrowed over here in different format. And this is the most important thing, like the Android permissions, which works around and which defines. Of course, we don't have a complete set known to us and documented as such, just like the process or the app execution model. But we have a fair amount of guess that how it is going to work. So there's a certain one set of permissions which we call the normal permissions. Android grants these permissions by default. No need to ask about them at the runtime. Whereas there what we call some privileged permission, or what we call the dangerous permission. Android does not grant a permission by default, and it explicitly asks the user at the runtime, it want to use the location, microphone, or any other SMS, then it will ask the users whether it is being granted, and because if a particular app demands it. So, permission examples, typically, if you look at, allow WhatsApp to runtime that access to photo, media, files on your device, and allows WhatsApp to access your contacts. So if these permissions are being asked by WhatsApp and you're using it, it will ask you just once or always. It can according to, so you at that time you have to think about it, that whether this permission which is being requested by a particular app is it related to that functionality of that particular app or not. And that's very important. Otherwise, by default, we used to till recently we used to give all that permission to every app, and which was not a very good idea. And within the code in Android, so one work which recently one of our other students is working, probably Vinod is also working, trying to help him out as well, is Ryan Solanki. Because in manifest, you define the permissions explicitly, that what permissions are required for proper execution functionality support of this particular app. And second is what we call the app description, which also says that what are the capabilities of these apps in plain English. Joined together, we should be able to know everything about the app. But at the same time, if we analyze the particular same app and find it that it is trying to do something beyond it, then we should be suspicious about it. And this is not an easy problem; this is a hard problem. That description, which is typically what we say is the natural language processing, and you have to look at. So, and description defines a kind of behavior. So you have to extract a behavior from the given permission explicitly defined, as well as description by the developer that what it's trying to do and declaring it. If they match then we can get a fair guess about the system, that how it is going to do and what it is doing exactly. But it goes beyond it, then we may be suspicious if the provenance and the origin of that particular app is not known to us. This is one of the most important and most powerful mechanism provided by Android for what we call the intercomponent communication. It allows a component of an application to communicate, transfer data to another component of the same or other application through via ICC mediums such as intents, content providers, and shared preferences, which we earlier defined. It facilitates the code reuse in an app by calling other apps that offer the same functionality. Cab booking application may be allowed to use the Google Maps and the client's or driver's location information. Intents are preferred messages, which passing mechanism for asynchronous IPC in the Android. And the content providers used to transfer the structured data stored in tables. We said that's kind of data store across components of the same or different apps. An app can also attach read and write permissions to the content provider it owns. And the shared preferences on operating system feature that allows the apps to store key value pairs, which we already defined. So I'll skip it. So intents and intent filters. Intent enables what we call is application to invoke the components of the same or different applications. Let's see. Okay. And the Android API defines the methods called the ICC methods that can accept the intent and perform action accordingly. Given the situation where we keep on adding the sensors nowadays in the smartphones, because as I said that there are multiple entry points, and these all sensor inputs are coming to different apps at runtime or asynchronously, using that data which is being generated, sets and alarms or alerts for expected activity, catching them and using them inter, and inter-device is very, very important. But at the same time, it can generate certain situation which may lead to what we call the challenges to privacy and security. So based on the destination of ICC calls, they are categorized in two broad categories: implicit and explicit. And implicit is used to when the receiver of the intent is not fixed. And explicit intent is we know that the receiver of the intent is fixed, and we define it, that who is going to receive it. And intent filter is a mechanism in the manifest file of the Android app that defines the type of intents that components of an app are willing to receive. So example of intents is like you have the share whenever you want to share some kind of a picture or a document, then it will ask you that shared via which kind of mechanism. It's a mail, message, WhatsApp, Gmail, and then it will take you complete the action using gallery. And in the gallery you have that particular document which need to be passed through that particular mechanism. A security mechanism so Android intrinsically provides sandboxing, what we call the virtual machine, which is not a new idea. It's a very old idea. We started using virtual machine within browsers. Android, but it is being refined and created very structural and systemic while designing the operating system. Apps are executed in sandbox environment to restrain to the other apps, or their system services from interfering in the app's execution. So it gives you security, but at the same time, while giving the isolation, the analysis of the app becomes difficult, and because either you will go for the static analysis and dynamic analysis, but creating and assuming the scenarios in all the inputs given an app execution becomes very, very difficult. Permissions are what we call as Android protects the sensitive information services through permissions, because we declare the permission, we use the permission, and we are expected to remain within those permissions. And signing application signing for the prerequisites, so we can define it that this is being this from where we have taken it, this particular app, and who has developed it, and what is the provenance. So So it's a point of trust between the Google and the third-party developers to ensure that app integrity and developer reputation is known to the user and user. This system has been reformed and strengthened in the last few years. Initially, it was pretty relaxed. Anybody and everybody could able to do it. And the app model per se can allow you to upload app from anywhere. It's not necessary to go to marketplace only. Remember this. But at the same time, if you want to know, because everybody is not a researcher or developer actually, so they would like to know that who is developing it. So like, for example, if you are doing a banking transaction, then you would like to know that that app is being pushed through the same bank where your bank account exists. You would not like to have ICICI Bank app which is being given by somebody, independent developer in China, because a lot of privacy data and transaction capability comes with that particular account. And so for that, now Google has created what we call the Google bouncers, which automatically scan and newly uploaded apps by a number of mechanisms. They do some static analysis, dynamic analysis, and give the user information that is it worthy of being identifying, or because remember these all methods are not exhaustive. Nobody can tell you with foolproof mechanism that this app is always good enough. This is perfectly safe. That's why you keep on hearing, we all keep on hearing at times that Google found this app, exfiltrating data not known to user, hence Google has removed it actually. So what happens is when we look at the shortcomings, then the trust on the user for safety critical decision, what permissions are granted to the app, means whether the user is good enough to understand this, is the internet connection safe or not. User can enable installing apps from the unknown sources option or not. And the second thing is IPC communication is not very easy to understand and visualize. Does not need permission at times, so the privacy data can be leaked and the privilege escalation can happen without explicit notification to the user. Developing apps is not a difficult task nowadays, because there are very handy and easy platforms are available which can allow you to develop the apps, which in fact many of the developers are not aware that what kind of best practices they should be following while releasing any app in the wild. Encryption is not mandatory while storing the user's sensitive information. So you might keep the password and these things. I think Vinita is going to talk about it without encrypting them, so somebody else can read it actually. And if the one app-to-app communication is possible over there, then it becomes an easy way to steal that data about and the credentials. The database is storing critical information is shareable. For example, content providers. Android auto connect features to wireless actually create vulnerable to network attacks, which I think we are going to discuss in this presentation. And Google bouncers only perform dynamic analysis as part of it. And they use a set of tools, and assuming that these are good enough, though it keep on changing, and it give you something confidence score that you should need to trust. So as I said, that there are physical threats. You can lose your mobile, which is unlocked, and or somebody over the shoulder, somebody can see this, or people have demonstrated actually in side channels as well that while charging that rapid charger, what we call the dash charger, there also you can do some physical damage to your mobile phone. There is a possibility of data leaks by visual means or other means, and the malware which actually resides on with the apps or becomes as part of payload as part of app and try to exfiltrate with your knowledge otherwise. And data leak, because data is most important nowadays. In fact, recently a lot of attention is being given. In fact, privacy laws are getting better, but at the same time, we have we remain limited in our knowledge that what are possible with this. Because remember, the definition of data and usable data is always a challenge. And not sure. I think those who are working in privacy, there was a recent Netflix documentary about social dilemma, that how does the monetization happens in various popular social networking platforms. And that might scare you, but at the same time, you need to understand that what are the behaviors and where this technology is taking us. So just coming back over here, the leakage, which can be monetized, because see, all these services, they work on some monetization of the information, and information is about the user, because that information defines the behavior and the profile of the users. So data leakage is one of the most severe security threat to Android as of now. Primary source and data leakage Android is through apps, naturally, because it works with apps, and we like apps and we love apps. 76 billion apps, just a number. In fact, it's 2 years old data, but I presume if we look at that now, this number is increasing geometrically as the spread of and the coverage of Android keep on going up. In the live experiment present in Black Hat, out of 10,000 apps analyzed, more than 800 were leaking private data to unauthorized servers unknown to the users. That's surprising, and it's not surprising at all, because remember, the monetization model and the financial model, which allows the developers to encash it through Google Ads or otherwise, is based on this only. These apps can be coaxed into malicious components in many different ways: intra-app, malicious apps in the same device, inter-app, which we used to call collusion, and the malicious devices outside the devices with a device-to-device data leaks. So, Vinita, can you take it from here?
Sure, sir.
Yeah.
As we have already discussed that data leak can occur through intra, inter, and device-to-device app. So let us see how it can happen. When we talk about intra-app data leakage, the source and the sink both are present in the same app. Now the question arises is, what is the source and what is the sink? A source is anything that a user requires, that user takes permission from an Android app. So next slide, user takes permission from an Android app in order to access that information. For example, the location information. For that, you grant permission to an Android app, but that information is accessible, and therefore we call it as a source. Sink. Now, what is a sink? Sink is any resource that is external to an app and through which information can be transmitted to the outside world. That is, you can say, send SMS or an internet, anything from which information can be sent to the outside world. So when both source and sink are present in the same app, we call it as an intra-app privacy leak. Talking about inter-app, now here important thing is the source and the sink are distributed across two apps. That is, the source is present in one app, sink is present in the another app. But the first app is accessing the information, passing it towards the next app, and it is sending the information towards the sink. But the important point here is the second app is not having that permission to access source. For example, the first app is accessing contacts, but the second app does not have a permission to access contacts. But with the help of the first app, it is accessing the information. So this is inter-app, which is also popularly known as collusion. The third one is device-to-device attacks. Here, the any device which is external to an application is manipulating an app installed on your device to pass this information towards sync. So this is a device-to-device attack. One by one, we'll see some real-world examples where these leaks are being happening. So next slide. Intra-app data leakage scenario. Here you can see a real-world app which is known as Shake Them All. It is a very benign app, which is a wallpaper app, which gives you various wallpapers to see, and therefore it contains an internet permission, and it also takes permission of microphone so that you can speak and it can hear for that which type of wallpaper you are asking and will display you. But how it is using this information to exfiltrate information is using that microphone permission. It is listening and recording your video calls, and later on, with the internet permission, it is passing this information towards some servers or anywhere on the internet. So this is how an intra-app data leakage can happen, and this was previously present in Google Play Store, but now it has been removed. But still, it is present in various third-party app markets such as APK Pure. So next slide. When we talk about inter-app data leakage, sir, next slide. Yeah. When we talk about inter-app data leakage, this is also a real-world app where this A symbol you are seeing, this A symbol is for Aquamail. It is a real-world app which is taking permission to manage accounts. That is it manages your Google email servers and undergo a Google account authentication in order to access your Gmail account. But it is putting all these mails in a content provider. Why? For caching purposes, or to give you a look and feel of an offline application. For this, it is using a content provider, and it has made the content provider public and associated some read permission with the content provider. Now, when you look at only this scenario where this Aquamail app is present, it is okay. No malicious action is being performed. And another application comes into picture, which you can see at the below. This is known as enhanced SMS and call app. Now, it is not taking any permission to manage accounts or does not undergo any Google account authentication, but by accessing the content provider of Aquamail and taking the read permission, it is able to access all these emails. So in this way, an inter-app data leakage can happen where this enhanced SMS and call is not having permission to manage accounts, but still it is able to access the emails of your Google account. So these apps are actually present in the real world where Aquamail is present in Google Play Store, but enhanced SMS and call is a third-party application. So next slide. Now, this is a very, very interesting attack that we have devised while we were working on app leakage. So we thought that whether it is possible, me and my supervisors, that whether it is possible that we can actually exploit an external device For this, we choose an evil twin, or we can say a rogue access point, very, very common topic, which we can say. So here, if you see at the attack scenario, an Android device is connected to an access point, a wireless access point, which we have called as CAC. Now, this attacker comes into the picture, which is an evil twin of CAC. What is an evil twin? It is a type of access point which mimics the genuine characteristics of an access point to look similar to that one. So by transmitting deauthentication frames, it is disconnecting this access point from the Android device. Next. Now, when the device got disconnected from this, it will start transmitting signals with a higher signal strength. Now, this Android device, why it will get connected? Because it is using that auto connect wireless feature, where it caches in wireless network once it has connected, and when any other wireless network with the same name comes into the picture, it will automatically get connected with it without even undergoing any authentication. Since it is transmitting higher signal strength, it will automatically get connected to the evil twin of CSC. So next slide. Now it has connected and it is sending some association request to the evil twin of the CSC. Now here, important catch is this access point, a genuine access point CSC, it is using some captive portal feature. A captive portal is an obligatory web interface that you might have seen on your airports when you try to get connect to a free wireless access point. It will give you a page that you have to give your credentials or mobile numbers, and that is an access point. So this client device is sending an association request to the evil twin, and in the response, it will send that you have to sign in our network. So next slide. That you have to sign in into the network, and by signing in, when the user will click on that sign in button, a captive portal page will come onto the picture. Now this attacker is very smart. What it has done, it has given the captive portal same look and feel of the actual access point. Sir, next slide. Next one, sir. Now, what it has done, it has given the same look and feel what was of the actual access point. And here the user will enter his credentials, click on the submit button, which is very, very genuine action. So next slide. Now, as soon as it will click on the submit button, what this evil twin will do, it will launch an intent on the device. This intent is going to invoke a very, very malicious service which is present on the device, Here we have taken an example that this malicious service is sending some SMS to a premium number. But the service, what it can do, it can either open a port, or maybe it can exfiltrate some information present on your external device to some unauthorized servers. And we have already learned right now that this service is something that runs in the background. You cannot see, for example, playing music and all these things. So this service, this will do some action, and the action, once the action is complete, there is no work of service. Similar is the case of evil twin. It has launched an intent on your device and it will get vanished from the network. So it is very, very difficult to track such type of evil twins, where it does not leave any fingerprints in the network. So this attack we have called as invoking malicious component attack. So next slide. So you can see that this actually, with this intent, we can do a lot of malicious actions. Whatever action the intent can do in inter and inter app, the same actions can be done here in device to device also. So this attack is really, can be very, very dangerous. So next slide. Uh, this is an example where if you store information in an unencrypted format, how things can work wrong. This is a real world application where we have taken information from the SQLite database and encrypted it in unencrypted format. And we have extended this work for multiple apps and multiple ICC mediums. And also we have extended this work for multiple types of facilities to launch attacks. You can actually extract this information from the SQLite database and can perform malicious actions and can cause financial losses to the user. So it is very, very important that we keep information in encrypted format when we store any crucial information in our databases. So next slide. Now here, our proposed solution. Here we are talking about a solution which we have given for intra and inter app. We have already also given some solutions for device to device, but due to time constraints, we'll only be discussing one solution here. We have given a solution known as Appladroid, which is an automation-based inter-app privacy leak analysis. Appladroid performs both inter and intra-app by modeling an app or the sensitive flows inside an app using an application automaton and policies as policy automaton. And we intersect both of them in order to extract information, or in order to see whether they are involved in inter-app privacy leakage or not. This work was initially conducted by one of my seniors, but we have extended this work for multiple apps and multiple ICC mediums. And also we have tried reducing number of steps so that the computational complexity is reduced. A privacy leakage scenario, if we look at here, we have taken 4 apps. Important point here is only the first app is having the permission to read contacts. All other 3 apps are not having, but using multiple apps. For example, here you can see the first app is accessing the content provider of the contacts and passing this information to a customized content provider, which is passing this information to the next app, passing using intents, using shared preferences. So in this way, multiple ICC mediums are used, and all the medium 2, medium 3, medium 4 app are able to access the contacts without having permission. So apps can work together and extract information and also exfiltrate it towards the sink. We have analyzed some real world, some open source inter-app analysis tools, existing tools for this. So next slide. And to identify whether any of the inter-app privacy tools are capable of detecting such type of leaks or not. So next slide. Yeah, here you can see we are talking about 3 tools: Covert, APK Combiner, and Dialdroid, very, very known tools in our area. But none of them are capable of detecting leaks through all the 4 apps. Why? Because important point is they do not detect these ICC mediums, that is intent, content provider, and shared preferences as sources. That is from where information is read, because they consider sources only the ones for which permission is needed. So that is the catch here. Therefore, they are not able to identify the leaks through medium 3 and medium 4, where these ICC mediums are used as sources and sinks to pass this information. Same is the case of APK Combiner. It only identifies content provider and intents as sources, as sinks. Sources only content provider and intent can be a sink. Therefore, it misses leaks across medium 3, medium 4. Dialdroid is not capable of identifying any of the leaks because it takes into consideration only intents. So therefore, actually, there was a need of a tool which can detect leakage through multiple apps and multiple ICC mediums. So next slide. So this is a workflow. Here you can see apps are taken into consideration. We are analyzing sensitive parts. A database is being created. From these databases, we are generating graphs. These graphs, if it is a single app, the graph is directly passed into an application automaton. And if there are multiple graphs, we perform this union of app graph step. And later, policies are being devised. Policies, what is a policy? That is, if a source permission is followed by a sync permission, a leak will occur. That is, actually the permissions are important. If there is no permission involved, we cannot say a leak is happening. Therefore, we have created policies. They are intersected, and if there is a presence of final state there, we call it as a privacy leakage. Now, in this slide, we have actually explained these graph generation and automation steps, but I think we are running short of time. So, in case if you have doubts, you can contact me directly, and I guess we can directly move ahead with our slides. Sir, I guess we can skip this because it will take some time to explain it. So next slide. This is where we are performing union operation. This is how we are converting a union app graph into an application automaton. So next slide. Here you can see the important point was we have given a center, that is a main. Why main is given? Because in Android we have multiple entry points present. Therefore, we have to devise a main state and all the other states, that is all the privacy leakage flows were given as a final state, so that when we devise a policy automaton and intersect it with it, we can get a actual final state present. So next slide. Here you can see how we have devised a policy automaton. If a source permission is followed by a sync permission, irrespective of any intermediate permissions, you get a final state. If you look at sample policies, access course location, this is a source permission, and write external storage, this is a sync permission, followed by any intermediate permission, but source should be followed by ultimately a sync. So we get a final state. So next. So when you intersect these two automatons, how a final state is being devised is, if you come at the policy automaton below, if the read phone state is followed by write external storage, a final state. If you look above, from the main, the get device ID requires a read phone state, and then from get device ID to my out writer requires a write external storage. So when a source is followed by a sync, you get a final state. So in this way, this works. You have created a database of sensitive flows. From this database, you are modeling a graph. That graph model, graph model is then converted into an application automaton. We are devising a policy automaton. Then we are intersecting both of them and devising a final state. If finally you get a final state, it means the app is involved either in an intra or an inter-app privacy, depending on the number of apps that you have given as an input. So next slide. So we try to identify whether the thing we are talking, that multiple apps and multiple ICC mediums do exist in real world. Yes, they exist. You can see some real world examples. Go SMS Pro passing information into a content provider accessed by this Go SMS Pro Lite, and this is finally passing this information into a SQLite database. Aquamail we have already talked about. Shake them all we have talked about. My location, it is writing this information into a readable shared preferences, which we could not find any sync app, but definitely if it is a readable shared preference, definitely any other app can access it. Fancy SMS, it is writing all your SMSs into a public content provider. Maxithon browser, Droid call filter. Now these apps were present on, some of the apps have been removed from Google Play Store, but some do exist today also, having multiple downloads or millions of downloads. So this problem is real, actually existing. We are not aware of these problems because everything happens in the background, but definitely we should, before installing an app, please be careful that read about it, reviews, permissions it is asking. Just don't start giving permissions because they can be exploited for some attacks. So next slide. I can say you can take it from here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Vinita. This work, what Vinita talked about the automaton. Mm, so there were two other students of ours worked, Shweta Bhandari and Jyoti Gajrani. They work on dynamic as well as reflection code based security issues. And automaton thing, we tried to attempt at that time that can we do the analysis at scale by application of formal methods. So Vinita tried to actually fit in the D2D case, and Shweta worked on collusion-based, which she demonstrated that from starting from very small one. So mobile security issue is not very simple per se, because you have user authentication, you can have the possibility of covert channels, you have social engineering, because ultimately it is being used in different setups and behavior of the user, and the access control permissions are being given, which are yet to be defined, and which are not known to us exhaustively, actually, in a sense. Then we have the privacy and leakage and location privacy, which at times we are slightly cavalier to grant the permission in that case. Open security issues, security open issues, I must say that malicious application, you have fraud, rapid malware production, then we have the dynamic analysis of efficient system level hooking, real-time monitoring, and be used for some different kind of obfuscation methods as well. Then static analysis, we have the permissions, data and control flow, reducing false positive and behavioral instances. Then browser attacks, which are kind of faking it, phishing, and click through. And device-to-device attacks, so Wi-Fi direct and root access points, which I think was the main focus of Vinita, in sense evil twin attack, which happens in case of D2D, because as I said, that data throughput and bandwidth are going up and up, and given the situation that it can easily become a access point, then it can actually compromise the existing and authenticated who exfiltrate the information. Then there's a real situation by which mobile botnets are possible. Tracking them is very deleted things, ignoring permissions, phishing, improperly routing devices, and we have the third-party markets, including coming directly from IP, which is very difficult to track. And miscellaneous is like anything else, which can't be classified over here, is separating malicious code from the benign, and the code level analysis, that what are the payloads, and if some activity is happening one-off, then how to get it. Obfuscation. Obfuscated code is very difficult. In fact, some very fundamental work was done by Vinod also, when he talked about the polymorphic and metamorphic malware as well. So we have different kind of packers which worked at laptop and desktop situation, PC scenarios. Then that dynamic code loading and repackaging, which is known actually for some time. And Android developers should actually always look for that are they leaving something called unauthorized intent receipts and intent spoofing, which can be permitted through their apps and coding practices, and can this block it? And insecure storage, insecure network communication, SQL injection, how to prevent it? There are known methods, and overprivileged applications. And by good practices, but if it's a malware code writer, certainly they would like to exploit the situation. And then the persistent messages with what we call the sticky broadcast. Security tips for the users: before installing any app, take a good look, like Vinita said earlier, at app and store review. Take the provenance, actually, what is the background, what is the use, the background of developers, and from where it is coming, and whether it's being protected by some certification of the Play Store as well, or from wherever we are taking OEM App Store as well. Pay attention to the permission of an app. For example, like if you're using a torch or something like this, then they should not ask for the location permission. Why, for what? If you're using a torch, need a location permission for that? Because there should be some other reasons. Check other apps developed by the same developers, how they are done, and is there any history in the past. Keep close watch on SMS data activity. I know it's a bit difficult, but at the same time, these are good practices which allows us. It's like buying a product. So you take nowadays comparison on price as well as functionality. Same way as for app. Though at times people say it's a free app, there's nothing called free lunch anymore. So they will have to learn their salary, their lunches. When an intent is launched, it displays a list of apps capable of catching the intent. please choose the app that you trust. Remember this. And when using a public network, please do not perform sensitive information like online banking, social networking, where you keep real and correct information about your personal, very personal nature. Again, security tips for developers: encrypt SQLite databases. There are methods available: encrypt network, hash the sensitive data, encode shared preferences, use token for authentication, and invariably use HTTPS, and test third-party libraries before using the apps, as they may contain vulnerabilities, and don't make Android app components public. So these are a few practices. There are many more which need to be used with this. So we are short of time. That's why we have to rush through part of it. But I hope it is useful. You'll and many of them who would like to branch out and start working. There are many open problems, open issues, and please reach out to us. We'll be happy to help whatever we know. There's a good number of students have worked in the last few years where we have learned, we have gained the knowledge. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you, Vinod.
So thank you, Professor M.S. Gaur, my teacher, and it's only because of you I am able to reach somewhere, as well as Dr. Vinita Jain for giving a wonderful lecture on Android app vulnerability and the research that is done. I, on behalf of everyone from Department of Computer Application, Cochin University of Science and Technology, take this opportunity to thank you for sparing your valuable time with us. I know, sir, you are very busy. So if you could kindly stop sharing the screen, I would like to show you something. So maybe from the department, we have a digital certificate. That is what we can do during the pandemic for you. And
try to get me a better picture, no? Next time, not this time.
Yes. Okay, sir. Okay. So thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Vinita, for sharing your valuable comments. And if at all there are certain questions, I may mail it to you.
Please do it often,
Sure,
because
sure.
I need to rush to some other place as well, actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Vinod.
Thank you, sir.
Nice meeting. Pleasure to meet everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vinita. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
The next section is Elliptic Curve Cryptography. I request Dr. B. Karnan, Professor, Department of Computer Applications, to invite the next speaker, Dr. Sreekumar A., Professor, Department of Computer Applications, CUSAT.
So very good morning to all. I'm very happy to invite Professor Sreekumar for this talk. Professor S. Sreekumar has joined the Department of Computer Applications in 1994 from the very start inspection of the department, and he was the head for a time, and now currently working as a senior professor in the department. He completed his MTech in computer science from IIT Madras with first rank and has been awarded PhD from the Department of Computer Applications, CUSAT. His doctoral thesis is on secret sharing schemes using visual cryptography. He has published several research papers in international journals on number theory and cryptography. And he has produced 5 PhDs and is currently guiding 8 PhD students in cryptography and related subjects. He is an expert in cryptography, algorithms, and number theory. So it's our immense pleasure to invite you, sir, to deliver this session on elliptic curve crypto systems.
Good morning, everybody. Today, I will try to introduce the elliptic curve cryptography. This is just a know the cryptography. You can see at the last cryptography scheme for encrypting a message. Now we'll see what is an elliptic curve. So suppose we have a field K, a curve with the left hand side y square and the right hand side a cubic equation. So y square is equal to x cubed plus ax square plus bx plus c is usually called an elliptic curve. So the left hand side is a square and the right hand side is a cubic equation. So we can see that for a value of x, okay, if at all there is a y, we have two y's, plus y and minus y. So the curve is going to be symmetric about the x-axis. So for example, y square is equal to x cubed minus n square x plus n square x is an elliptic curve, and it has the 3 roots 0 plus or minus n. So if the roots are, we want the roots to be distinct, and so it will be having all the properties of a parabola as a conic. So here we want to insist the root. So assume that there is a field K, which is real numbers, and we have in general the fx, the cubic polynomial has the roots alpha 1, alpha 2, and alpha 3. And so it cuts the x-axis on 3 points. So assume that alpha 1 is less than alpha 2 less than alpha 3. So if x is less than alpha 1, then you can see that the first term, all the terms are negative. So the y square is negative, and no portion of the curve lies on the left of the vertical strip x is equal to alpha 1. If x is in between alpha 1 and alpha 2, one of the term is positive. The first term, alpha x minus alpha 1 is positive, whereas the other two are negative, and so the result of the product is positive. So y is definitely positive. Now, if x is in between alpha 2 and alpha 3, two of the terms, first two terms are positive and the third one is negative. And so there is no portion, again, there is no portion of the curve lies in the strip between x is equal to alpha 2 and alpha 3. So if x is more than alpha 3, then all the 3 terms are positive, and so the y is positive. Y square is positive, and so the y is. So the y square has 2 roots plus or minus y, and so the curve is symmetric about the x-axis. Now let us see how it looks like. So we can see that in the case of the first picture, it has 3 roots x is equal. So you can see that the curve, which is shown at the left, cut the x-axis at 3 points, x is equal to -1, x is equal to 0, and x is equal to 1. Whereas the right-hand side, it has only one real root, and the other 2 roots are imaginary. So you can see that the curve is symmetric about the x-axis. Now, the general equation of an elliptic curve is x cubed plus ax cubed plus bx square plus cx xy square plus dy cubed plus e x square plus fxy plus gxy square plus hx plus iy plus j is equal to 0. Here, though there are 10 variables, there are 9 parameters. The simplified form in the Westra's normal form, there are 2 Westra's normal form. One is the ordinary one, and the another one is Dong form. So the ordinary one is very simple to see. Y square is equal to x cubed minus gx minus g2x minus g3, or y square is equal to x cubed plus ax square plus bx plus c. The other one, which is on the projected plane. Okay, so it has all the terms which are of a cubic into its Westra's normal form. We assume the first one by u cubed plus v cubed is equal to 1, and we'll see how it can be converted to in the standard Westra's normal form. We substitute u is equal to 36 plus y by 6x, and v is equal to 36 minus y by 6x. So you can see that the u minus v is y by 3x, and minus y square by 36 x square. U square minus uv plus v square is equal to u minus v the whole square plus uv, which is equal to y square plus 432 by 12 x square. So you can see that the u cubed plus v cubed is equal to u plus v into u square minus uv plus v square, which is equal to 1. So we get the y square is equal to x cubed minus 432. So we have converted the u cubed plus v cubed is equal to 1 to an elliptic curve in the standard normal form. So the next we'll see a 4th degree equation how it can be converted. U raised to 4 plus v raised to 4 is equal to 1. Is we just as above, we just substitute x is equal to 4 by 1 minus v minus 2, and y is equal to 4 u square by 1 minus u square. So the u square is 4y by x plus 2 the whole square, and v is x minus 2 by x plus 2. So if we substitute these values of u square and v square in the equation, we get that u square plus u raised to 4 plus v raised to 4, which is equal to u square minus v square the whole square plus 2 u square v square, and so it is equal to 16 y square plus x minus 2 the whole raised to 4 by x plus 2 the whole raised to 4. So if we cross multiply it, we get to 16y square is equal to x plus 2 the whole raised to 4 minus x minus 2 the whole raised to 4, which is equal to, you can just expand that and have the formula, which is 16x into x square plus 4. So if we cancel the 16, we get y square is equal to x cubed plus 4x. So which is in the Westra's normal form. So that is, you can see that how we can find new points on an elliptic curve. Given one of the point, how do we find how do we generate new points on the elliptic curve? So we can see that if we draw a tangent on a point at a point on the curve, the tangent cut the curve at a third point because the right hand side is a cubic equation. So we can find that point by solving the equation of the tangent of the curve. So that is how we generate a new point. Another way to generate a new point is, instead of the tangent, if we know 2 points, we could draw a secant. That is the line passing through those 2 points. So again, that line will cut the elliptic curve at a third point. So that's how we could compute a third point. So for example, we can see the right hand side, the picture at the right side, the P1, P2, and P3. So in general, if you draw any line, it cut the elliptic curve at 3 different points. So if we know 2 points, you could find the third one. So the third one, we find that and we take the mirror image and we say that the R, which is the mirror image of the third point, as P1 plus P2. So like that, we say if the given point x is equal to 3, 5, and the value elliptic curve y square is equal to x squared minus 2, we find the third point, which is finally we have x is equal to 129 by 100 and y is equal to 338 by 1000. So just by finding the equation of the points which satisfy the polynomial, so that we obtain by substituting the equation of the tangent to the elliptic curve, and we have obtained a third-degree equation, and the third-degree equation is having 3 roots, and out of that 2 roots we already know which both the roots are same, and which is 3 here. So we obtain the new points. So like that, using the new point, you can again draw the tangent, or you can draw the secant between the first and the second point, and you can generate another new point. So like that, you could generate new points on the elliptic curve. So you can see that by generating the new points, usually the denominator is getting increased. So you can even see that by verification, by substituting the new point on the curve, it satisfies the elliptic curve equation. So applying this method, we can method again and again, okay, repeatedly, we can get a new and new points. In fact, the specialty of the elliptic curve is that the points on the elliptic curve may be empty, it could be finite, or it could be infinite. So in the case of finiteness, actually what happens is that after iterating so many times, okay, we don't get the new points. Means all the points will form a group, and that is why the elliptic curve is used in cryptography. So the speciality of the elliptic curve group is that the points forms an abelian group, a commutative group, and so we can see that the elliptic curve is actually, if you extend the elliptic curve on a complex plane, it can be thought of as a doubly periodic function. So let us see how to find the elliptic curve passing through a given point, or otherwise finding an elliptic curve. Finding a point on an elliptic curve is a very difficult job. So instead, what we do is that we fix a point and try to find an elliptic curve passing through the point. So find an elliptic curve passing through 5, 8. What we do is that the 5, 8 is fixed, and we assume the parametric equation of the elliptic curve and find out the parameters. So that is how a point can be found on an elliptic curve. So instead, what we do is that we fix the point and go for an elliptic curve passing through that point. So that is very easy. So we see the next. We'll see the next graph group structure on the elliptic curve. A straight line cut the curve at 3 points P1, P2, and P3. We define the binary operation say plus on the elliptic curve such that P1 plus P2 plus P3 is equal to O. The O is the identity element, which we use for the convenience. So P1 plus P2 is equal to minus P3. For convenience, we say that P3 is equal to P1 star P2. So here, draw the straight line passing through P1 and P2 and find out the third intersection point. And this third intersection point is minus P3, and we take the mirror image of the third point, and we get P3 is equal to P1 plus P2. So if X is if minus 5, only we take the negative sign theta. Here the O is the identity element and is considered as a point at the horizon. So if on the XY plane, if you go any direction, you meet the horizon. So the O could be located at any place. So in fact, all the places are merged to a point, and that is how we consider the elliptic curve as we can identify that it is as if it is a torus. So the x coordinate of the O is 0 and the y coordinate is infinity, and that infinity would be on any direction on the xy plane. So the O is considered as 0, infinity. So in the projected plane, it is considered as 0, 1, 0. So formulas to compute P1 plus P2 effectively. So let the elliptic curve is y square is equal to x squared plus a x squared plus bx plus c, and we assume that the points P1 is equal to x1 y1, P2 is equal to x2 y2, and we want the P1 star P2 which is equal to x3 y3 by solving the equations of the tangent. So or the secant method, y is equal to lambda x plus v is the equation of the secant, and so the lambda is y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1, and the v is computed by y1 minus lambda x1. Substituting y square is equal to lambda x plus v the whole square, which is equal to x cubed plus x square plus bx plus c. Putting everything on the one side, we get a cubic equation x cubed plus a minus lambda square x square plus b minus 2 lambda vx plus c v square is equal to 0. So in this, we need not compute all the coefficients because we are interested to find out the third root x3, and we know already we know 2 of the roots. So we could compute the third root by just computing one coefficient. Say for example, the coefficient of x square is more than enough to compute the value of x3. In fact, any one of the coefficient is enough. So we and among the 3 coefficients, the first one is very simple roots, which is equal to x1 plus x2 plus x3, which is the negative of the minus the coefficient of x square, which is lambda square minus a. So the x3 is equal to lambda square minus a minus x1 minus x2. As we know already that x1 plus x2, we could easily compute the x3 is equal to lambda square minus a minus x3 minus x2. And by substituting that x3, we get y3. So if P1 and P2 are same, we have to consider the tangent instead of the secant. So in this case, lambda is equal to square plus 2ax1 plus b by 2y1. So putting everything on a common denominator, we get x3 is equal to 3x square plus 2ax plus b the whole square by 2 square minus a minus 3x square plus 2ax plus b the whole square minus 4y square into a plus 2x by 4y square. So finally, we could compute by using the formula x3 is equal to x raised to 4 minus 2b square x square minus 8cx minus 4ac plus b square by 4 plus y square. And if we substitute all the coefficients in this formula, we could easily find the third x coordinate of the new point. So which is the 2p, the x coordinate of the 2p. So we consider the elliptic curve y square is equal to x cubed minus 14x plus 90 mod 6887. In this, here we compute the lambda, which is equal to 3x square plus 14 by 2y, and which is equal to we expand we compute the value and take obtained 5881 by 6332, and we need to be computed. And for that, we use the extended Euclidean algorithm to compute the inverse. So x3, we get lambda square minus 2x1, which is equal to 6045 square minus 2152. And so it is you take the modulus, you get a 3466, and the v is computed, and finally we get the new point as a the p plus p, which is 2p, which is equal to x3 minus y3. Good standard Euclidean algorithm. So you can see that by straight away applying the formula and computing the inverse, we get the same result. So for example, we by just putting the equation to get the, we computed the new point, and being the tangent, it has multiple contact points, and so mainly we get the p1 plus p2 plus p3 is equal to 0, and 2p1 plus p3 is equal to 0, and so 2p1 is equal to minus p3, and we get the third point. So we can then, by using the repeated applications, we can then compute 4p1, 8p1, 16p1, 32p1, etc. any power of 2 power n p1 by repeated applications. So we will see an application of elliptic curve, which can be used for factorizing a large number. While computing the points 2 power n p1, we notice that the denominators are going bigger and bigger. As a result, when it exceeds the prime, the number p, so what happens is that the denominator will be 0 after some stage, especially when we have all the factorial and all the factors of the p are there in the number. So for example, we compute the 2p, which is equal to 3466, 2996, and we compute the 3 factorial, compute the 4 factorial, we compute the 5 factorial and compute the 6 factorial. So that is that much is comfortable. Then let us see what happens when we compute 7 factorial. To compute the 7 factorial, we want the 7 into 6 factorial. That is 7 factorial. So we compute 7q. So while computing the 7q, what happens is that we compute the q plus 2q, which is 3q, and plus 4q, which is 7q. So the q is computed, the 2q is computed, and the 4q is computed. And the q and the 2q is added to get the 3q. And the 3q is added with the 4q to get the 7q. While adding the 3q with the 4q, what happens? We want the inverse of the x coordinates in order to compute the new point. So while computing the inverse of the difference, 484 minus 208, which is 781 mod the number n. So while trying to compute the inverse, what happens is we get the GCD is not equal to 1. So the number doesn't have the inverse. That means the denominator happen to be a multiple of p, or otherwise it has a common factor. So we compute the GCD of the n, and that number we get one of the factor, which is 71. So by using this elliptic curve method, we have factorized the number n, and this could be used for factoring a very large number. We could compute the n factorial p. Okay, the n factorial, the growth of the n factorial p is exponential. So by one step, we could compute the n factorial for a very big number. And so while computing this new point, the denominator happened to be 0. That means after some stage. So the algorithm fails to compute the new point. At that stage, in fact, what we achieved is the factorization. So this is the fastest known method to factorize a number. So now if we go on a finite field to define the elliptic curve over it. Now, why do you want the elliptic curve to be defined on a field? Because in order to add two numbers, the 2 points on the elliptic curve, we want the dy by dx, or otherwise the slope will be computed. So while computing the slope, we have to divide the numerator by the denominator. So we want a domain in which the division is possible. So that is why always the elliptic curve has to be defined on a field, because while adding 2 points, p1 plus p2, we want the division to be computed, the slope to be computed, and the slope is a dy by dx, and so the division has to be defined. So that is why we need a field for defining elliptic curve. We cannot define elliptic curve on a ring or a group. Whereas if we define on a field, it will form an abelian group with respect to the addition. So we want always elliptic curve to be defined on a field. So generally, the finite fields are powers of a prime number. So if the prime number is a 2, it is called the Boolean field, and which is the same as the Boolean algebra. And there we have to use as the only prime number p, which is even, is a 2, and it has the special attention. So it is treated as a Boolean field, and we have to work with the Boolean field if P is true. And that is quite complicated. And so FP is equal to FP, or we take the Galois field GF P power n. So in the use of in the case of using Galois field, but the advantage is that we could transfer n messages simultaneously. In fact, the bandwidth could be improved. So if we assume that the FP, which is equal to, when P is a prime number, it is 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., P minus 1. And the operations are the modulo operation, modulo arithmetic modulo operations. So addition modulo P and the multiplication modulo P. So using the addition and multiplication modulo P, it forms a field. So the non-zero elements, 1, 2, 3, etc., P minus 1, it forms a multiplicative group with respect to the modulo multiplication. An irreducible polynomial is very difficult. So once we find the irreducible polynomial of fx, it is very easy to generate all the elements in the set. All elements other than 0 can be generated by the root of the irreducible polynomial W. Actually, the irreducible polynomial does not have any root because it cannot be factorized. So we assume that there is a root W. And on that assumption, we generate the W square, W cubed, etc., W raised to P minus 1. So we get all those fields. So if we have, if we want to do addition with respect to the elements of the Galois field, one representation will be better. So, namely, the polynomial representations. So the coefficients of the polynomial can be added together and apply the addition field of the FP can be used. Now, another, if you want to multiply two elements in the Galois field, the other representation is better. The generator use the generating W, and so the W, the power of W could be added together in order to multiply this one and generate and find out the points. So if we have both the representations, we could do the arithmetic easily. But the problem is that we want the storage space to store all the numbers, and that is impossible if n is of if the P is having, say, 500 digits or so. The entire universe will not be sufficient to store the numbers. So that is why the elliptic curve is used for in cryptography. We cannot store all the numbers and do the arithmetic using the computer. So we compute the Galois field in the case of P is equal to 3 and n is equal to 4. So we take an irreducible polynomial, which is W raised to 4 minus W cubed minus 1 equal to 0. So, and that polynomial is irreducible. We can see that when we substitute the points on FP, okay, FP is as P is 3, we have the points which is 0, 1, and 2, and the 2 is same as minus 1. And if we substitute these values, we get f of 0 is minus 1, f of 1 is minus 1, and f of 2 is 1. So at these 3 points, the function doesn't vanish, and so that is an irreducible polynomial on FP. So that one of the root of this polynomial, that is the omega, could be assumed as the generator for the Galois field. So we can find out the Z square, Z cubed, the first three elements, and the Z raised to 4, which is because W raised to 4 minus W cubed minus W is the irreducible polynomial, and that is 0. So Z cubed plus 1 is nothing but Z raised to 4. So similarly, we compute Z raised to 5, Z raised to 6, etc. And we can compute all the Z power 79, and finally Z raised to 80, which is 1. So if we have both the representations, only then we could do the addition and multiplication of two elements easily. Otherwise, it is very difficult. And again, if the field is big, we cannot store the numbers using the memory space available in the computer. So Z raised to 4 is equal to we'll see the characteristic of elliptic arrow. Like the RSA, it is a public key crypto system. So two strangers can communicate without any key exchange. So any stranger can communicate to communicate or send an encrypted message to an unknown person. Okay. So the only thing he or she has to do is that find out the identity of the intended sender, intended receiver from the public network, and take out the public key and blend the message using the public key and just send it over the communication channel. So once the receiver receive it, the receiver can use his or her private key and unblend the message and get the plain text. So the advantage of the elliptic arrow cryptography over the RSA is that it every text is encrypted using a random number, and so the same message could be encrypted differently at a different time. That is not possible with the RSA. If we use a letter, say X, using RSA and encrypt, always you will get another letter, say T. But here in elliptic arrow, if you use a letter X, at some time you will get a W, at some other time you will get a K, some other time you will get a Z, some other time you will get a M. And as a consequence, the two letters could be mapped onto the same code. So for example, one M and one T could be mapped onto J. So what is the advantage of such an encryption? You cannot have a statistical attack to be launched on elliptic arrow. You cannot have the statistical attack. For example, the pattern of the plain text will not match with the pattern of the ciphertext. So you cannot have a pattern study and find out. For example, a frequency study of a letter, you cannot find out. So if you have the encrypted message, you cannot have any information whatsoever about the plain text. For example, how many occurrence of a particular letter is there? What is the length of the plain text? Okay, whether the last letter is a particular letter or not, like that, whatever information whatsoever you cannot get by using elliptic arrow. Using elliptic arrow. Whereas in RSA, you could get some information. So, for example, how many occurrence of a particular letter is there? Because the pattern of the plain text and the pattern of the ciphertext is preserved. So, for example, the one T and the other T in the attack will be encrypted to the same letter using RSA. Whereas using elliptic arrow, it will be different. So, another advantage is that the pairing-based cryptography is possible. Multiple parties can share the key with a less number of interface. So, for example, share one communication. That is not possible using RSA. RSA, if you want 3 persons to be a key to be shared among 3 persons, 2 communications are needed. If a key has to be shared among n persons, n-1 communications has to be done. But here, it can be reduced to log n. Now, to set up the elliptic arrow cryptography, okay, we select an elliptic arrow EK on a field and find a point on it and publish. So, for the security purpose, the P FP in the FP could be of 150 digits long. So once we have once the system is established, publish the elliptic arrow and a point on it. The point need not be a generator of the elliptic arrow. Any point will do. So any person you want to use the elliptic arrow cryptography, he or she has to select a secret key K and compute the user's identity, which is KP, and publish the identity on the public domain. So once that identity is published, any person can search the public domain and find out the identity of the intended receiver and take the public key of the intended receiver. And whenever a message is there to communicate, what has to be done is that select a random number R and from the public domain, you take the P and compute 2 quantities. One is the R.P. The R.P. is just the noise. Okay, how many times the noise is added will be there. So from that R.P., the receiver can find out how much noise is included with the message, because the receiver is having the secret key K, and from the R.P. and the receiver's secret K, he or she can make out RKP, which is a KRP. And so the both person, the receiver and the sender and the receiver could get the amount of noise which is included. So the system setup is just to select a random number R, and the message message M, and your computer, please. Next. Your computer B is equal to Q plus RA, and C is equal to RP, and both use the decryption is use the secret key computer Q dash, which is equal to B minus KC. So you can see the proof. The proof is Q dash, which is equal to B minus KC, which is equal to the Q plus RA minus KRP, which is equal to Q plus RKP minus KRP. So which is Q. Now, what is the problem with this encryption is that you want to map the message on the message M to a point on the elliptic curve, and that mapping is very difficult. One thing what we can do is that a priori we could select we could store a table and have the select all the possible plain text units and the corresponding point on a elliptic curve. And whenever we want to use the elliptic curve, we could consult the table to find out the mapping. But that is there is not practical, because the storing all the possible plain text combinations will be difficult. So another one is that we could use a function to compute this mapping. So that may be because we use the random number. That is a very time-consuming job. So because it is only a probabilistic method is there to find out whether a point is there on the curve or not. So what we could do is that just take a random point and substitute the equation, and if it agrees, then we are lucky we got the point. Otherwise, we have to throw that point out and generate a new point. So like that. But it is quite good that half of the points are squares and half of them are non-squares. You could get a point with a probability half, because y square is a square with a probability half. So that mapping is difficult, and the storing computing is also difficult. So we want a new method in which that mapping could be, we could do a cryptography without a mapping. So elliptic curve cryptography, we'll see the new method. The setup is the same. Elliptic curve is published, and a point on it is published, and the user has to take a secret key and find the identity and publish it. Now, any sender wants to send a has to is that as earlier take a random number, B is equal to RP and C is equal to RA, and which is a RKP, and compute the C. And this in the earlier and the RP and M plus RP. But here what we do is we send RP and Q plus RKP. Okay, instead of sending Q plus RKP, we use send the message. So what is the advantage is that we can send two messages simultaneously. The another thing is that we don't have to map the message on the elliptic curve. We don't have to map it on an elliptic curve. Why we send RP over the communication channel is that the receiver could find out the noise which is RKP. So once the noise is made available at the receiving end, okay, that is enough to unblend the message. So the sending the RP will be enough to find out the noise by the receiver. So by taking the RP, okay, the intended receiver will multiply it with the K, the secret key, get the amount of noise which is RKP. So once the decryption can be done very easily. So use the secret key K and using KB, which is equal to KRP, which is equal to RKP, which is equal to C, is equal to XY. The so computed X and Y, the M1 and M2. So just a C1, C1, you take the C1 and multiply with the X inverse. So you get X inverse C1, which is equal to X inverse X of M1, which is equal to M1, and Y inverse C2, which is equal to Y inverse is equal to a point on the elliptic curve. Another advantage is that we can send two messages or longer messages at a single step. So this is a very good elliptic curve encryption decryption method, because we don't have to find out a point on the elliptic curve. We just take the message P, just compute the RP. You don't have to find out any point on the elliptic curve to send the security using elliptic curve. The problem here is also very difficult. Addition of 2 points is a very difficult task, because we want the division to be applied on a field So it is also random and multiplication is also random. Whereas in FP, the addition is not random. So that is why here you get the security. Now, what is the underlying difficult trapdoor function is that the discrete logarithm problem. So if we could find out the correspondence between the two representations, that means the polynomial representation and the exponent representation. If you have both the representations, then you could do arithmetic very easily. So that means if you know the discrete logarithm problem, only then you could effectively encrypt the message. So if you don't know the discrete logarithm problem, it's very difficult to do that. Now, if you have any query, you can just email.
Sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, is this discrete logarithmic problem that problem holds on any other curves other than ECC? Why ECC is so is said to be so secure or so powerful?
Pardon?
Sir, is this security can is it the same level of security or a comparable level of security can be achieved with any other cars other than elliptic cars? Why ECC is said to be so strong? Or
yes, you can use the discrete logarithm problem which can be elliptic curve also. So for example, you have a move algorithm, okay, and a kangaroo algorithm is there to solve it. So what you any arbitrary elliptic curve that for that the selection of the elliptic curve also there are certain things has to be done like the RSA. So in RSA we cannot use any two prime numbers P and Q and compute n is equal to PQ. So there are some qualities for P and Q. So for example, they cannot be nearby. Okay, one cannot be smaller and one cannot be very big. Okay, so like that there are several properties. Say for example the 4n plus 3 into 4n plus 3. There are some elliptic curves are better than other elliptic curves. So for example, the super singular elliptic curve cannot be used. Also, if you take the if you want to take the Boolean algebra, that means if you want to find out the elliptic curve on 2 power n, okay, the n could be very big. So the size of n matters. Okay. The another thing is that the again of 150 digit long, whereas in the case of RSA it is 500 digits. 500 digits, 512 digits. So with the 1/4 key size, you could get that much security.
Sir, is there any other third order curve can be used because ECC is a third order curve?
Yeah.
So similarly, any other third order curve can we use, like, or
Any other means third order curve means elliptic curve only.
okay, okay. Sir, I just wanted to know that is that third order curve? I mean, the order matters or not? That's what I asked you, sir.
Third order curve. The
Only-
advantage of the third order curve is that we have this is the addition of 2 points. Okay, P plus Q. If you solve it, you get a R, the third point. So that is how you get a the additive structure. The addition of 2 points is again another point. So third order curve, you get the group structure. And another possibility is that what is the another possibility? Can you think of? You can see that if the curve is of degree 5, you can use 5th degree or 7th degree. Is it clear?
So order really matters, right?
Order doesn't matter.
Okay.
So, for example, 5th degree can be used, 7th degree can be used, 9th degree can be used.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Since our next speaker is an international speaker, in order to accommodate the time constraints, we are forced to break the session for the time being, and rest of the session will continue at 1:30 p.m. Our next session will be at 11:45.
Riccardo?
Hello, Vinod.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
How are you doing?
Yeah, fine. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Long time no see.
Almost 3 years. So you moved to China.
Yeah, many things happen in the meanwhile.
Yeah.
From Oxford to China, a long way.
So, like a couple of minutes, like we had sessions from the morning. So just 2-3 minutes, and then we can start.
Okay.
You want to this slide and then see? Just kindly show. If
Yeah, about the introduction. I was telling you before that, okay,
Yeah.
don't bother to make an introduction so
Yeah,
in
no, no.
detail. Since I wanted to also talk about my research interest, I would like to give a little bit of background
Yeah, yeah.
for future collaboration,
Sure,
etc.
sure, sure.
So don't worry if it's not too
Yeah,
much
yeah,
in detail, your
yeah. I'll
introduction.
just
So yeah.
briefly introduce and then we can
Mhm.
start. Okay. So you can share the screen and then
Yeah, let me check it out. Full screen mode. Here we are. Okay.
yeah, perfect.
Can you see it well?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Do you need me to keep the camera on, or is going to be okay if I switch it off in
You can
during the
switch it.
presentation?
Maybe like for the first 5 minutes and then you can switch it off. Okay, there is.
Yeah, no problem. Let me check how can I switch it off. Okay, let me stop video. Okay, it's working fine. Okay.
Riccardo, just a minute. Okay, just a minute. We'll start. Can you stop sharing the screen just for a couple?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm not so familiar with Zoom, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I will take a quick break, right? 3
Yes,
minutes.
yes. No problem.
Okay.
Riccardo? Yeah,
Yes.
we start. Okay. So, good afternoon. Good morning, one and all. We have Dr. Riccardo Spolaor. He is an assistant professor in the Shandong University, China. He previously worked as a research associate at the University of Oxford, UK. He obtained his PhD in brain, mind, and computer science at the University of Padua, Italy, under the supervision of Professor Mauro Conti. He obtained his master's degree in computer science from University of Padua with a thesis about smartphone privacy attacks, inferring user actions via traffic analysis. His main research interests are privacy and security issues on mobile devices. In particular, he investigates possible applications of machine learning techniques to infer information by side channel analysis. Most of the research that he carried out to now is about the application of machine tracers of mobile devices. I welcome Dr. Riccardo on behalf of the entire members from the Department of Computer Application, Question University of Science and Technology. Over to you, Riccardo.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, ready to start. So my name is Riccardo Spolaor from Shandong University, in particular, Department of School of Computer Science and Technology. And I'm going to present you my work related to the security and privacy threat on mobile system through side channel analysis. First, a quick introduction about myself. As Professor Vinod already mentioned you, I had my bachelor, master, and PhD at the University of Padua, Italy. And then I had an experience as a research associate with the University of Oxford. Whether you want to contact me after this talk, you can find my contact in the below to this in the in the down part of this slide. I wanted to present you a little bit about my background, especially educational and in terms of employment. So this is my alma mater, which is the University of Padua, which is in Padua, a city in the northeast of Italy, which is pretty famous for the artistical attractions, but also because of this university, which is the second oldest university in Italy and the fifth oldest surviving university in the world. And my mentor during my master thesis and my PhD is Professor Mauro Conti, and I had the opportunity to work for his privacy research group, which we call SPRITZ, which is an acronym for Security and Privacy Through Zeal. But it's also an Italian famous cocktail. That's why we chose that acronym. After my PhD, I flew to Oxford, which is in England. And actually that is ranked first university in the world by the Times Highest Education Award university ranking, which is quite a tough university, as you know. And here I had the privilege to work with another of my mentors, which is Professor Ivan Martinovic, and his research group, which is called SSL. After this experience, I flew to Qingdao, which is in the northeast of China. A city is famous for the sea and also the seafood, but also because of the water spring. Thanks to that, the German colonists were able to manufacture a very good beer, which is one of the most famous beer in the world. And here I'm working with the Institute of Intelligence Computing, led by Professor Chong. And as you can see here, there are some of my colleagues in this beautiful university. My research interests are not only the security and privacy on mobile devices, but I'm also working on the security of networks, in particular in the network traffic analysis and recently on SDN, but not in the architectural way, but to use SDN to organize networks, basically. But also I'm focusing on energy consumption analysis for both mobile devices and desktop PCs. Also on malware behavioral analysis. And recently I'm investigating on edge computing and IoT applied security. So you may ask yourself, maybe you know about side channels in memory, CPU, etc. But what are the side channels on a mobile device? Side channels on mobile device are a slightly different thing on what we believe in normal hardware. So imagine that you have a mobile device and you have this threat model in which there is an adversary that wants to grasp some information from your device. But of course, your mobile device is always with you. So how can he do without you knowing that? The first way he can do network traffic analysis, and in particular, encrypted network traffic analysis, because most of the network traffic coming out from your phone is encrypted with the SSL or TLS. So the packets that are flowing through the wireless channel will be encrypted and the payload is not accessible, but as we will see later. But another side channel could be through the energy consumption, because when you connect your device through the USB cable, some information leaks from the energy consumption, and this can be a problem, and you will see what we were able to do. Another side channel, but this time is within the network devices, the mobile device itself, is the built-in sensor data. And as you know, the data from sensors are free to be accessed by every application inside the mobile operating system, because they are not considered as privacy concerning or sensitive data. But in this presentation, I'm going to focus on the encrypted network traffic and energy consumption. So let's focus on the encrypted network traffic. In this scenario, you have that we have the following threat model. You have an adversary that is able to perform a passive man-in-the-middle attack without actually modifying any packet, but just taking a look at the traffic. And you assume that SSL and TLS encryption are in place, so the adversary is not able to access the payload. But still, despite this encryption, the attacker is able to observe the network traffic flowing, in particular, the packet lengths, the direction, and the timing of the traffic. That's what is enable us to do some network traffic analysis. The first goal, our first goal for this project was actually understanding what kind of applications are installed inside the device. And you may think, And this is not that easy, in particular because of the presence of proxy inside the final server, which provide the service for a specific app. In fact, in the traditional client server, we had the host that directly connects to the customer server, which can be Twitter, Gmail, or Facebook in this example. But in this case, you have, with the increasing in the number of users using these services, you will experience some delay, and those companies will start to rely on third-party providers. That's why we had the content delivery networks, in which private companies such as Akamai, Amazon, and Oracle, they were providing services for other companies. In this case, when the end user connects to a server, doesn't connect to the customer server anymore, is not directly connected to the service, but is going to be connected to the sort of cache servers. And the IP of those cache servers has nothing to do with the real IP of the service that you want to access to. But you may ask, okay, but what is the motivation? Who cares about the applications that I have installed inside my phone? But actually, these can reveal some information about the user. First of all, if I know that you have an application, a specific application on a specific version inside your phone, I can use 0 days vulnerabilities in order to attack those applications. So an hacker can exploit the vulnerabilities inside those applications to attack your system. And second, not a single app, but the set of applications installed inside the phone reveals a lot of information about the owner. For example, the sex, the age, the religion, and also the relationship status, especially, and also about the health of a particular user. Imagine an application like Tinder or OkCupid, in which reveals something about your relationship status. A user will not be with third parties. That's why it's a privacy concern. Well, let's take a look on what we can rely on. This is the TCP/IP stack, in which you have the several layers. And actually, what you are able to observe when you encrypt your traffic, rely on the headers. And from the headers, you will be able to find the IP address and the port. And also actually the size of single packets. And could you be able to just rely on that, understand some private information about the user, in particular, the application that are generating that traffic? Well, we created some experiments set up in order to verify that. And in particular, we create the network traffic capturing framework, in which you have this framework divided into 2 pieces. So the pieces above, you have a Python script that is able to manage and say control the device in order to access different apps and do a sort of smart fuzzing via the Android debug bridge. And at the same time, you have an access point that provides that mobile device with the internet connection. But with a network bridge, we were able to capture all the network traffic via Wireshark. So in our data set, we collect the TCP/IP network traffic, and after pre-processing it, we enrich it with Python script, and which also gives us the label for the network traffic flows. And from those labels, we were able to do some feature extraction and finally having our labeled dataset. And from the observation of the network traffic, we were able to see that actually we can distinguish different flows related to application. So if we're able to see extract some information from those network flows. And we adopted actually two kind of approach aimed to pre-processing, have some time series related to the length of, which is the extract some statistical features and normalize them in order to have constant length feature vectors. And for this first work, which we call App Scanner, we relied on three different approaches in order to the different machine learning approach in order to learn from our data. So we have basically two phases. The first phase is the training set, which is the training phase, and then we have the testing phase. The training phase, we take our which relies on random forest in order to classify the applications. But the other two approaches varies in terms of what kind of classification we are going to use. The first approach is just taking the training a specific classifier according to the length of the network flow. The second classifier, instead, the second and the third, they use actually statistical features on the flow, on the network flows. And the difference is that from those two classifiers is that the second approach uses a large multi-class classification, while the third approach uses a one version in which you consider only one app at a time. And these are the results for the identification of single apps, in which you see that the per app classifier outperforms all the is the most performing among the three single large multi-class classifiers. And we actually observe that our problem is identifying single flows, but every app generates more than one flow at the time in order to retrieve different and perform different operations. So we don't have only one single flow as an object of our classification, but we actually have many flows. That's why we can have from flow, we don't have the app as a final response, but we also have the probability of that classification. And we can our classifier more conservative. So with a probability threshold, we can filter out all the uncertain classifications for the network flows that we have. And increasing the accuracy, and this results in an increasing accuracy of our classification at the cost of filtering out some network flow. And here, as you can see, we start with the performances here in terms of precision, recall, and accuracy, that when we don't adopt any prediction probability threshold, they are around the 85%. But once we filter out uncertain classification of accuracy. And here there is a comparison between our proposed classification and the state of the art. And actually our competitors were website finger. We were the first to propose this kind of classification. And as you can see, either with the probability threshold or without a probability threshold, most of our classifiers. We also had an extended work on AppScanner, in which we delved into detail about how robust the fingerprints were. We discovered that we were able to still identify those applications even in different versions, different mobile devices, and also different operating system versions. But also, we refine also the way we identify ambiguous flows, because those ambiguous flows are generated by third-party libraries, for example, the system API or some advertisements that are in common between more than one app at the same time. So we cannot rely on those traffics, ambiguous traffic, in order to uniquely identify our application. What identifies single specific user actions on Android apps. And this is exactly what we investigated. Imagine that you are able to identify single application, which is revealing something about revealing some private information related to the user. But what if we are able to also identify what the user is doing? Imagine this scenario in which we have the log of the action that a specific user was doing. And at the same time, we have some user in the social network that want to remain anonymous. If we are able to traffic and thus the actions with the we can do some time correlation, and as more as we are able to logs on his action, the more we will be able to reduce the errors. Also, if we the network traffic, we will not just focus on the entire pickup, which can be even gigabyte of data, but we will be able to target single specific actions. For example, the login of a specific user, and then we can adopt some brute force only on that portion of the traffic. I want to distinguish between interaction and actions. Actually, the interaction are the input that you do with a specific device. And you don't, with simple interaction, you don't achieve any network traffic per se. In fact, a single interaction can be tap, swipe, or pressing keys on your remote device. But actually, what user action are operations that you do within the app. For example, sending an email, browsing the Facebook page of your friend, or opening a page in Twitter, for example. And those user actions, they create network traffic in terms of network flows. And a network flow is not other than a sequence of packets which share the same IP addresses and ports. So you will be able to distinguish them. And here again is the idea for the shape of the network traffic or specific flows. And in this case, since we wanted to rely on more than one flow, we had to adopt both unsupervised and supervised learning. The first part was relying on unsupervised learning, in which we cluster similar flows by adopting a distance metric, which is called dynamic time warping. And we were able to tune the number of clusters as a parameter for our analysis in our validation set. And while we build the training set, we were able to label the user actions as classes, and the presence of a specific network flows according to their similarity. So the clusters labeled were actually our features. And as you can see in this table, for every user action, you may have either one or more flows appearing in different clusters. And after that, we adopted a supervised learning method, in particular machine learning classifier, in order to train our classifier and then test it afterward. In the evaluation phase that has been done on the testing set, we adopt a similar procedure for the one we adopted on the training set. But at this point, we had flows that were unseen before, because from the testing set, you are not able to use it for training. So for this reason, we had to assign each unseen flow to a cluster first by using the dynamic time warping as a metric again. And then we were able to build our test set. And again, in order to have unknown flows, the user actions that we wanted to recognize. The traffic per se for each user action is quite predictable. So we were able to achieve very high F measure, which is a measure to let you know whether your classifier is accurate or not. But with certain exceptions. For example, in the open chat for Gmail, but that application, that kind of functionality was replaced later on by Hangout. And but for the rest of the application, you are able to see that we achieved pretty high results. So the conclusion of the analysis of this side channel, which is the encrypted network traffic analysis, we can see from our result that the encryption is effective, yes, but doesn't hide the communication patterns. So we were able to recognize specific Android apps and user actions from the simply seeing. And an attacker relying on this kind of method can the user habit, but also most importantly to gain some commercial intelligence and advantage over competitors. And as you can remember, this brought a very big advantage. Do you remember the Cambridge Analytica scandal? Well, they were relying on learning the user habits and predicting what the user was going to vote according to private information about and preferences. In the second part of this presentation, I'm going to show you some work that we did by relying on another side channel, which is the energy consumption. The first work is related to laptop user recognition from energy consumption. And the second work is more like a covered channel that uses some information related to the user. You know that in the Internet of Things scenario, you have smart houses, and in those smart houses, you have also many kinds of smart devices, among which you have the smart meters. Smart meters are devices that you plug on the wall socket, and they are able to measure the electric consumption of the appliances that you are powering. And those smart meters, they are able to measure electric quantities such as power, RMS current, voltage, and phase, etc. So in this scenario, we have our wall socket enabled with a smart meter, and we are able to read those electric quantities. So the research question here is, were we able to identify a specific user and laptop in terms of network energy consumption? Well, something that I have to remark about this work is that we consider the laptop, the user behavior, and the software installed in the laptop as a unique entity. So we were not focusing on identify the laptop model or just the user behavior, but these three things combined. And in our experimental scenario, we assumed that there were some authorized users that they were working within a smart office, and all of them connected their laptop to a wall socket, which were controlled by they all recognize which laptop user was connected to a specific smart meter, but also user was connecting a laptop on a wall socket within the same office. So we were pointing out that we were trying to discriminate between legitimate users and intruders. This is the way we collect the laptop user energy traces. So we asked 7 users to connect their laptop and work normally as they were doing in a daily basis. And in the meanwhile, we were collecting the energy consumption traces. We did some data pre-processing, and we segmented the energy traces into, we segmented the energy traces, and then we extracted some in order to collect our data set. The results shows that we were able to identify pretty accurately with machine learning which of those 7 users were connected to a specific wall socket with his laptop. And here we were able to achieve the 85% of accuracy, precision, and F-mid measure. But we have a similar scenario with the work of network traffic that I previously showed you. Those traces were lasting around from 30 seconds to 1 minute. And you can assume that you don't have only one single energy trace segment out of one user laptop user. So why do you have to rely on energy traces which classification is uncertain? Well, we can apply the same technique by relying on the classification probability, and we can filter out all the uncertain energy traces. And once again, we were able to achieve better accuracy by considering the 60% of segments as reliable. Unfortunately, this work has some structural limitation. The smart meter that we were using at the time, back in 2016, they were wall socket sensors, but they were quite, they were not very well performing. In fact, they had a quite low sampling rate, and they had a sampling rate of 1 Hertz. So this means that you have 1 reading per minute, per second, which is not quite a good resolution. So we were thinking to expand this work by relying on more precise instruments, especially the current more advanced wall socket that are in the market right now. Another limitation was the data collection was from 7 users for a specific office and another 20 users as intruders. That's why we wanted to expand this work in order and collecting more data about the energy consumption in order to assess whether it is possible to not do just identification, a recognition whether a specific user is within an office, but also provide a sort of authentication system based on energy consumption. Years with the advent of smartphones, you had quite a change in terms of priorities. You remember, maybe some of you can remember when the priority was to find Wi-Fi access to have internet connection. But now we have pretty fair deals with telephony companies, which provide a gigabyte of 4G network traffic, 4G LTE network traffic with a very reasonable cost. And also you had free Wi-Fi hotspots. So right now the connection is not a priority anymore, but now finding a place to recharge your battery, because as you can, as the technology advanced, also the requirements from single application, they advance as well. I'm thinking about battery killer applications, for example, Snapchat and games that relies on augmented reality like Pokemon Go. They were literally able to drain your battery in terms of 1 hour, sorry, a couple of hours, depending on the capability of your device. That's why this demand from users led to new products. For example, the USB wall plug, public charging station, and power banks. Power banks are actually, if you think about it, they are bigger batteries for your smartphone battery, which is quite funny. But here, there can be a privacy threat too. So imagine this, this threat model. You have run out of battery and you want to recharge your phone in a public charging station, which are typically for free. You go there, you plug your phone on, you close, you close the little door, and you take away the key. So you without any worry. But then you don't have any user activity while your phone is there. You have the display off and you have the USB cable plugged. This scenario is similar to going to sleep in a hotel room and plug your phone to a USB port that is provided on your bedside. The point is that the user doesn't use the device for any activity, just leave the device there. And as you know, there were some attacks on USB previously, and that's why the Android operating system, as a default option, allow you only to charge your phone. If you want to transfer any data, multimedia files, images, you have to purposely select in that option. And typically, as a default option, you just have charging only. But if you are very skeptic about this kind of software countermeasure, you can use a USB condom, which is a device that literally cut the 2 pins for the data transmission in a USB port. And you can see an example here down this little red device. We will be able to attack the device even under such conditions? Well, yes, this is our research work, and I'm going to explain to you how we did it. First of all, you have to understand how the recharging of a battery works. So at the beginning, you have a low voltage, which increases with the time until you have a charger float voltage. But at the same time, you have the maximum current until you have no current provided. But you see, what is going to happen in the meanwhile? The power supply is still able to provide some current to the device, but that kind of current doesn't go only to the battery. So we can assume that that current goes to the device itself in order to make it operative. In fact, we did some experiment in which we were turning the display off and on, and we were able to see a peak in the energy consumption. And then when we switched, that energy consumption disappeared. So we decided to use the CPU as a way to consume energy from the USB port. And as you can see here, when the CPU is idle, you have no energy consumption. But when you generate a burst on the experience some energy consumption. And that's why we had other idea and we built our attack on that. Imagine that you have victim Android device, which has a specific information that you are interested on. And we have our malicious application installed on that device. That device is on flight mode, has no internet connection whatsoever, and assuming also that we are using a USB condom, so we don't have any data transfer. Also, our application doesn't need any permission, but the one to access the information that we want to access. For example, can have the storage permission or the access to the contacts, but other than that, doesn't require any permission at all. And also, our application runs in background, and it is able to access that targeted information and encode that information in temporized CPU bursts. So when the USB cable is connected and the battery is at a proper level, it started to send CPU bursts across the USB cable, which are collected by a power monitor at the other side of the USB cable, which is controlled by the adversary. And after that, those CPU bursts can be decoded, and finally the private information can be obtained by the adversary. Here I can show you some filtering that we did to make our energy consumption, that we treat as our energy consumption as actually a signal. So we performed some data filtering. We estimated the threshold in order to verify whether we have a 0 or a 1. And then we had to build a robust decoder to extract some information. And to do so, we relied on new radio. You can see it's quite complex, but I assure you that it works pretty accurately. And also, you may think, okay, I need to spend so much money in order to have reliable energy consumption monitoring. And at the beginning was like this. In fact, we relying on a power monitor, which is called Monsoon Power Monitor. And in our experiment, we were sending payloads of 512 bytes, but we didn't rely on any error correction or synchronization recovery techniques. And our results were pretty good with a period of 800 milliseconds. We were able to have very, very low bit error rate. But as I told you before, that kind of Monsoon power monitor is quite big first, and is also expensive. So an attack motivated, but actually it can be a very big hit in terms of finance. That's why an attacker would like to have a much lower cost. This is what we presented at Black Hat Europe 2018. Other than an improved decoder, we also provided a prototype based on an Arduino Mini Pro and a whole current sensor for a total cost of less than $25. which is quite a win given our previous setup. And this kind of device, given is quite small dimension and can be embedded inside a power bank. So while you didn't rely on a on a USB power port on a wall or by if you have to fear also of power banks. And here in China, you can easily rent a power bank in every place. So if a manufacturer decide to go rogue, well, you cannot trust even those power banks, unfortunately. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any question, or you're willing to know more about my interest, and I'm always available through my contacts, which you can find on my website, or you can simply send me an email with your question or your ideas to this email here.
Yeah, any questions, participants, you can type in chat window. Maybe I can read. Any questions are there? Riccardo, can you stop sharing the screen for a moment?
Here we are.
Yeah, there is one question. What hardware? Yes, yes.
About okay, so Android already did something on this matter. They are limiting the background services as much as possible, but still they allow some foreground services. That's why you can listen to your podcast or listen to some music while the screen of your device is off. So an application that runs a foreground service will be still able to exfiltrate data. On the other hand, we are also working on some countermeasures, more on hardware countermeasures rather than software, because the software countermeasures can always have zero-day vulnerability, and we assessed the fact that even with a USB condom, we had our attack working anyway. So we should do. I think we can do some hardware countermeasures. Yeah, it's not much a problem of the manufacturer, quite a problem of the operating system within the mobile device itself. Oh.
Yeah, another question. CPU burst can also happen from some other apps performing background task. How did you isolate the signals?
Well, we experienced this kind of, this is a quite good question. We experienced this kind of event, but since we measured that those CPU utilization were done for a brief period of time, and basically the kind of CPU burst that we were doing was quite visible, especially because right now we have devices with more than one CPU that we can use at the same, more than one core that we can use at the same time. And actually, with some analysis, you are able to see whether there is more than one core active at the same time. Even if there is more than one core active at the same time, our attack works only on one core. So we were able to filter out all the bursts that were happening from more than one core. And also, given the burst, the length of the burst, they are not single peaks, but they were actually raising this, the CPU consumption quite a lot for an extended time period. And they are, you can recognize them pretty well without any problem. So I hope that you're welcome.
I feel, are there any questions that can be you can type in the chat window? Okay, thank you, Dr. Riccardo, for
Welcome.
sharing your valuable time with us. And I, on behalf of everyone from the Department of Computer Application, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kerala, India, would like to thank you for sharing your invaluable knowledge on sidechain analysis. We look forward for collaborating with you. It is a token of appreciation, a digital certificate
Thank you
that
very
we
much.
could share. So thank you, Riccardo, for sharing your knowledge. Thank you. Have a very great day.
Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Looking
it.
forward to hear to you, Riccardo. I'll be in touch. Thank you. Thank you. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
For the kind note of participants, we will start our next session at 3:30 by Dr. Suleiman Yerima from University of Montfort, UK. So since there is a slight change in the schedule, and due to the time zone, we will start our next session at 3:30, and it would be delivered by Dr. Suleiman, who is an associate professor in Department of Computer Science from University of Montfort, UK. So thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi. Good evening.
I'm very happy to introduce our speaker of the day, Dr. Suleiman. Dr. Suleiman is a senior lecturer of cybersecurity in the School of Computer Science and Informatics, De Montfort University, UK. He received his PhD degree in mobile computing and communications in 2009 from the University of Glamorgan, UK. He obtained his MSc in personal mobile and satellite communications from the University of Bradford, UK in 2004, and his B Engineering degree in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Minna, Nigeria in 2000. He was a member of the Mobile Computing, Communications and Networking Research Group at the University of Glamorgan from 2005 to 2009. After completing his PhD, he joined the University of Ulster, Northern Ireland, to work as a postdoctoral research assistant at the EPSRC and DST combined funded UK India Advanced Technology Center of Excellence in Next Generation Network Systems and Services from 2010 to 2011. Afterwards, he worked as a research fellow at the Centre of Secure Information Technologies, Queen's University, Belfast, Northern Ireland, one of the UK's largest academic innovation and knowledge center in cybersecurity, where he led the mobile security research team from 2012 to 2017. His current research interests include malware analysis and detection, mobile security, transparent authentication, IoT security, and intrusion detection systems. We are very happy to have you with us here today, sir. Hearty welcome to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. So should I proceed with the
Yeah.
presentation? Yeah, okay, let me
Yes,
share
you
my
can share
screen.
your screen.
Right. So I'll be talking today about DL Droid, deep learning based Android malware detection using real devices. So good afternoon to everyone joining today. I'm delighted to be here. As has been mentioned, my name is Suleiman Yerima. I'm from Cyber Technology Institute, Faculty of Computing, Engineering and Media, the Montfort University in Leicester. Um, so I've already been introduced and my research areas have been mentioned. So there's nothing new to talk about on this slide. So we'll just go straight to the presentation, which I've outlined as follows. So I'll be starting with an introduction, then I'll follow that with a motivation for our work and the approach that we have taken in doing this work, the experiments that have been performed and the results that we obtained. Then at the end, I will summarize and conclude. So to begin with, you're all aware that mobile malware is prevalent and rampant, and it has been growing exponentially in the past couple of years, as you can see here from the graphs that I've obtained from McAfee threat statistics. They are not the latest ones, but at least you can see what the trends have been from 2016 to 2018. And as you can see, in every quarter of those years, the amount of new mobile malware that has been discovered or was discovered was beyond at least 1.5 million. And as at the end of 2018, they recorded at least 30 million pieces of mobile malware. And according to their reports, on the average, they will receive about 20,000 new mobile malware every day. And majority of this targets the Android platform, which happens to be the most popular operating system as far as mobiles are concerned today. Now, we know that there are several reasons why malware has been growing on Android, or why malware authors target Android. So first of all, Android is open source, as you know already, and the installation of applications on an Android device is not restricted. So you're free to install whatever application you like on your device. You can enable it to allow different sources or apps coming from different sources to be installed on your Android device. Moreover, all the apps that come from diverse sources, for example, not just the Google Play official market, but also other third-party markets distribute applications, and not all of them have got mechanisms for checking for malicious activity or potential malicious activity on apps that are uploaded by developers. So that becomes a means to distribute malicious applications very easily. Another reason is the fact that it's very easy to monetize Android applications. For example, you could create botnets with the intention of renting this out to people who might want to use it for either denial of service attacks or credential stuffing attacks or other types of attacks. Also, you could gain financially in the form of Android ransomware, scaring people into thinking that they have got their device compromised and then making them to pay some amount in Bitcoins, for example. Through premium SMS numbers, where an application can be made to send SMS to numbers where then the owners of those numbers gain financially. And click fraud is another example where whenever there is a monetization opportunity, you can use applications to fraudulently mimic human activity and perform click fraud. So the financial gains is a contributing factor, a very strong contributing factor for the use of Android applications for malware or malicious purposes. Another very important thing to note is the permission model. So in the old days, it used to be that you cannot install an application without accepting all of the permissions. So you have an all or nothing permission model where when you're about to install your application, you'll be shown what the permissions these applications will require on your device, whether it wants to access SMS, it wants to send SMS to particular, I mean, it wants to send SMS or monitor, for example, device booting and so on and so forth. So you have to accept all of this, but recent versions allow you to have control, whereby even developers are forced to make sure that they include code that will allow your application to tell the user at runtime, at least for the first time, what permissions will be required. So this protects users from allowing applications to have access to powerful permissions. Now, the problem with this is that even though users have been given more control, this is easily defeated by social engineering. And I'm going to use an example of COVID lock ransomware to illustrate how social engineering can be used to defeat this user control of permission. So the COVID lock ransomware was spread as a coronavirus tracker application. And as you can see on this slide here, there was a fake website that was detected in the United States, which was basically incorporating a real coronavirus tracker website within an iframe. And so what you could see here is it's showing you in an infection map, talking about confirmed cases of COVID, number of deaths and recovered people. So basically in the climate we're in, a lot of people, almost everyone will be interested in having this information about infection rates in their area and whatnot. Now, if you look at the top here, what you'll find is that it is saying for Android users to get real-time number of coronavirus cases, download based on your GPS location, please download the mobile app version of the website to enable accurate reporting for best experience. Now, the users were enticed to do that. And also you find that you're being told to inform your friends and family by sharing this website with them. And of course, that then leads to a lot of people coming on here and probably downloading the coronavirus tracker application. So this tracker application contained the COVID log ransomware. And what happens is that once you install this coronavirus tracker application, it will ask you on launching to let the tracker application stay connected in the background, which of course uses more battery. Now, the reasonable answer to this should be no, but because of social engineering and the fact that you're really interested in using this app for information, you allow it to get that permission. And the next thing it says, enable app in accessibility mode for active statistics monitoring. So once you want to grant that, it shows you and it tells you that the coronavirus tracker will need to observe your actions, where it can receive notifications when you're interacting with an app, or retrieve window content, where it can inspect the content of a window you're interacting with. So basically, these are powerful permissions, but then you will have to accept that so that you can use the application. And then the next thing it tells you, activate the lock screen to get instant alert when a coronavirus patient is near you. So by pressing the activate button, you will be warned that activating this administrator will allow the app coronavirus tracker to perform the following operations: locking the screen, which is controlling how and when the screen locks, and setting storage encryption. So this is basically giving an unknown application the highest privilege that you can on your device. Now, this is very clever social engineering that has defeated any control you might want to have over your device. Basically, by the time you accept that, you get this message that tells you that your phone has been hacked and you have 24 hours to pay a ransom of $250 to give you a special key to unlock your phone. Now, if you decide to do that, you will get further instructions on where to send Bitcoins to a wallet address equivalent of $250. So basically, this is just in a nutshell overview of how COVID lock ransomware defeats user permission control through social engineering. Okay, so let's get back to what we want to talk about, which is the DL droid. Now, the motivation for this work is because one of them is that existing detection tools, we have them like Google Play Protect, which is always on, can also be used to scan for already installed applications, as well as antiviruses have limitations. And we know that they can be defeated by new malware, the so-called zero-day malware. So for example, malware that they're not aware of or do not have the capability to be able to detect from their engine. Now, the motivation of the work is to develop machine learning-based solutions that will complement existing solutions and enable this zero-day malware detection capability. And also, in developing the malware, the machine learning-based detection, we want to overcome limitations of dynamic analysis on Android. Now, some of those critical limitations are the fact that Android malware easily can incorporate detection avoidance techniques when dynamic analysis is being performed, because of the fact that it's easy for them to fingerprint the environment under which they're being analyzed. So malware fingerprinting its environment is one of the limitations of dynamic analysis. And also another limitation we want to overcome is the fact that sometimes when you are doing dynamic analysis, especially when you're using an emulated environment, you may not always get a successful completion of your dynamic analysis. That's because of various technical issues that could happen. So in order to increase this analysis completion rate, we have a motivation to use something different than is the most common approach. Then another limitation is the code coverage, which basically means that in dynamic analysis, it's possible that when you perform that analysis, you may not reach all of the parts of your execution that will actually reveal the malicious behavior. So basically, in order to overcome these challenges, the approach we've taken is to utilize real phones, real smartphones, rather than emulators, which is the most common and the most you know, widespread approach that is being used in dynamic analysis as far as this type of work is concerned. So that helps us to overcome environmental fingerprinting, and also to increase the analysis completion rate. Okay, so we've done some previous work before where we did a comparison between the use of emulators and the use of real phones for dynamic analysis. And one of the things we noticed was that the rate at which the analysis failed was much higher when you're using um, the emulators. So I have a reference at the end which I can direct you to that work that we did. Now, to overcome the limited code coverage, which is a problem in dynamic analysis, we used the stateful input generation approach. And basically what this is looking at state transition models of an application and using an approach that is going to be aware of the state of an application so that it can send precise events that are needed to be able to make the application transit all through the various states that it can reach as much as possible. So in order to get this state input generation, we used a tool called DroidBot, which we incorporated into our own tool called Dynalog, which I'll talk about later. Now, the use of state input generation gave us some interesting results in some of the previous works that we did. And so that was the motivation for us to continue to use this, even with the deep learning based Android malware detection. And one thing I wanted to note is that a lot of systems use the monkey tool, which is basically a stateless input generation approach that is based on random or pseudo-random generation of input events for triggering the user interface. So to systems like AA Sandbox, Ananas, Mobile Sandbox, VetDroid, HADM, TraceDroid, Androbis, and even Dynalog. So this Dynalog is our own tool that we developed for dynamic analysis, and the old version of it was based on Monkey, which used the stateless input generation approach of Monkey. So the upgraded version was the one where we incorporated DroidBot to give us the capability for stateful input generation. Now, in a nutshell, the aim of this particular study I'm going to talk about today is to develop deep learning based dynamic analysis systems for Android malware detection, and we named this system DL-Droid. Now, DL-Droid utilizes stateful input generation based on real devices for enhanced code coverage. And we wanted to investigate how well stateful input generation will perform against the stateless approach as well. And we were also interested in comparing the deep learning results to other machine learning classifiers, the so-called traditional machine learning classifiers. Now I'm going to talk about the DL-Droid architecture, which you can see in this diagram. And basically, I've mentioned Dynalog before. So Dynalog was the dynamic analysis tool that we developed a couple of years ago. And at that time, it was aimed at using emulators. Then we upgraded it to be able to work with real phones and real Android devices. So basically what it happens here is you have an Android APK, which will then be sent to the phones as far as this particular work is concerned. And we will extract log files from these phones and then mine these log files to extract features, which will then be sent to which will then be processed into a form that can be used to train a machine learning classifier. So in this case, as far as this study is concerned, we were using deep learning classifiers, as you can see, and the models will then be used to detect whether or not a new APK or non-APK is benign or malicious. So in a nutshell, this is the architecture of the DL-Droid system. As far as data sets were concerned, we used 31,125 Android applications for this work, where 11,505 were malware and 19,620 were clean applications. And these samples we obtained from McAfee Labs, which is now called Intel Security by name. The types of features we were able to extract included application attribute features, events and actions and permissions. So we were able to extract a total of 420 features. Now, the first 120 features, which consist of application attributes and action and event features, are the dynamic features. Now, permission features were static features. So we deliberately went for this because we wanted also, as part of our experiments, to be able to combine dynamic and static features and see what the outcome would be. Now, in terms of the pre-processing, the way we represent the features are in binary form. So to indicate whether or not these features have been discovered within an application. And then at the end of the day, when we get the feature set for an application, we label it by its class. As far as model training was concerned, we used deep neural network, and the motivation here is to train our model to be a classifier that will identify whether a given application is malicious or benign. And we use the usual metrics for machine learning performance evaluation, which are the accuracy, precision, recall, weighted F measure, and the area under receiver operation curve, ROC curve. There are several experiments that we undertook. One of the things we wanted to see is how well the stateless input generation approach will do versus the stateful input generation approach with our deep learning models. Also, of course, because we're using deep neural networks, we were interested in seeing the effect of the number of hidden layers will have on the performance, in order to find the optimum number of hidden layers that we will require for the best performance. We tested it with dynamic features only, and then with dynamic plus static features. And then at the end, we also looked at how the deep neural network will perform against other machine learning classifiers. So let's start to look at and analyze the results. Now, the one we have on this slide here is the deep neural network results for stateful input generation, and using dynamic features only. So the 120 dynamic features. Now, what you're seeing here are selected results because we went through several combinations of configurations for different layers. So starting from 2 layers, 3 layers, and up to 4 layers. So all in all, we had 22 different configurations that were investigated. So I've just brought out some of the results here. And from what you can see here, when we start with 2 layers, and each of the layers having 50 neurons, we'll get results that gives us 95% true positive rate, 11% false positive rate, 92% accuracy, and so on. Now, as we move on down, you can see where I've highlighted with yellow. Now, what that means is our optimal number of layers is 3, with 200 neurons in each of those layers, where we get 97.76% true positive rate, and the accuracy is about 95% with that. Now, that is for the stateful input generation. So I've extracted the best results for the stateless input generation, and the best results for out of all the 22 different configurations that we investigated was the one here, where we have 3 layers with 300 neurons in the first layer, 100 in the second, and 300 in the third layer. When you compare that with the best result that we have for the stateful input generation, you find that the stateful input generation gave us better results as far as the deep neural networks were concerned. Accuracy wise, you can see that for the stateless input generation, 94%, about 94.9%, whereas for the stateful input generation is about 95%. Now, we move on to looking at the results obtained when we added the static features to the dynamic features. Again, same as the previous one. The optimal is 3 layers with 200 neurons in each layer. And you can see that the true positive rate in this case went up to 99.5%. And when you look at the accuracy, we're looking at something like 98.5% overall accuracy of detection when we tested. Now, for the stateless input generation, the best result was 3 layers with 400 neurons each. Comparing that with the one of the stateful input generation, you will see that the true positive rate is about 97.19%. The accuracy is about 95%, which is lower than that of the stateful input generation. So in both cases, you see that the stateful input generation was better than the stateless input generation for the deep neural networks with the optimal, when compared in those optimal configurations. When we look at the results versus other machine learning classifiers, we compared them with about 7 classifiers here using only dynamic features. And the classifiers are naive Bayes, simple logistic, SVM with linear canal, SVM with RBF canal, decision tree, partial decision tree rows, and random forest. Now, the last one here is the best result we got with stateful input generation for the deep neural network. And you can see the difference where the deep neural networks had the best performance most of the um, in most of the metrics. So with true positive rate, 97.8%. When you look at random forest, it's about 88%. Also, when you look at the weighted ebb measure, it's 96.3% for the deep neural network. And for random forest, it's about 93.7%. So basically, of course, we got better results for than other machine learning classifiers. And when we added the static features, the same thing happened. We got better results than what we had for other machine learning classifiers. So the best result was random forest for other machine learning classifiers, giving us 94.1% and also 97.1% weighted F measure. So in all of these cases, you find out that the basically from previous work, we've already known that stateful input generation for this machine learning classifiers were better than the stateless input generation approaches. So we didn't really need to go into that for this work. Now, when we looked at the previous works that were existing at the time that we did this work, what we obtained was better than the previous works that were using deep learning at the time. So those works were Droid Detector, we had Maldoza, Autodroid, and Deep for Maldroid as well. So looking at also the types of features, the different types of features extracted from these various works. Some used static only, some used static and dynamic. And also we outlined the number of samples that were used and the configurations of the neural networks that they used. And what you have at the end of the tables are the results themselves. So one thing we noted at the time was that for most people's works, they were reporting the optimal number of layers to be 3 layers, basically. So the results you see here are the best results that have been reported in those papers, in the experiments that have been done in those papers. Of course, we know that a direct one-to-one comparison isn't necessarily it's not necessarily possible, but we just want to put it side by side to see whether the results we are getting was anything near to what other people were obtaining in their own work as well. So basically, you can see our accuracy performance is 98.5%, precision 98.09, recall 99.56, and F-score 98.02. That's much better than what the previous works on deep learning that had been presented at the time. So to conclude, we've seen that DL-Droid is a deep learning neural network-based framework for Android malware detection, which I presented. And I talked about the motivation for using real devices and how that was able to help us overcome some of the limitations of code coverage and the kind of challenges we might have with using emulators. So we've evaluated this approach using 31,125 applications on the real phones, compared them to traditional machine learning techniques, and we've got better results than those traditional machine learning techniques. And also what we got in this work confirmed the fact that it's important for us to look at the type of input generation approach we're using, because mainly the existing works were based on the monkey stateless random generation approach, which is convenient because of the fact that you find that already embedded in your Android SDK. So you don't need to go and create something that is more complicated. But the kind of results we've been getting in our work shows that it will get better and more optimal output, not only in terms of the code coverage, but also improved machine learning-based detection if we start looking at enhancing our input generation approaches. So I will leave you with a list of some of the publications that are related to my presentation today. So we have the first one, which is the one that is can be found in computers and security. So it's DL-Droid, deep learning-based Android malware detection using real devices. So we also have the machine learning-based dynamic analysis of Android apps with improved code coverage. This went extensively into looking at the stateless versus the stateful performance on lots of machine learning-based approaches. And then we had the work on looking at the emulator and the real phone. So this is where we got to get the results that shows us that there is a real gap that you will get from performance when you use real devices versus emulators. And then the next one is the paper where we present Dynalog, the automated dynamic analysis framework for Android applications, characterizing Android applications. So basically, as I mentioned before, Dynalog was extended to incorporate the DroidBot tool. And so the last one here is the DroidBot, which is a lightweight user interface guided test input generator for Android. So if you were interested in using that tool in your work, then that's the reference for where you can find information about it and where you can download it from. So I think that's the conclusion of my presentation. I will now stop, see if you have any questions.
If there are any questions, maybe it can be typed in the chat window, or maybe you can unmute and directly ask. We can wait for some couple of minutes until.
Yeah, no problem.
Dr. Suleiman, there is a question. Do you suggest the analysis on real device are necessary in future? That is the first question. Second one, how do we treat the class imbalance in the deep learning architecture? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
fine.
the analysis on real devices are necessary in future. Yeah, I mean, I would think, yes, it's good to consider using real devices for analysis because of the fact that the limitations that non-real devices present could prevent you from analyzing, getting complete analysis of certain applications. So one of the things we were thinking of was making it hybrid anyway, like if an application should fail on emulator, then we can direct it to a bank of real devices. So I would suggest looking at it as an option. There are some works that I've seen where they are looking, I can't remember exactly the name of that paper, but there are a couple of papers that are looking at optimizing the use of real devices for Android malware analysis. So yes, I would suggest looking into that area, and also maybe a hybrid model where you might combine the use of those devices, or you might direct those that need to really be looked at maybe further, or where you have detected something like a fingerprinting approach being used or something like that, then you can direct it to real devices. Yeah, but the limitation of real devices, of course, is more costly and probably it's more time consuming and so on and so forth. But there are people that have looked into optimizing this. How do we treat the class imbalance in the, first of all, I hope have I answered the question to the person who is the person okay with my answer? Okay, so let me move to the next one. How do we treat the class imbalance in the deep learning architecture? So class imbalance is a problem that you find in all machine learning models. So how do you treat the class imbalance? There are approaches that you could do. It depends on what do you mean by a class imbalance. If it is a case of where you do not have enough samples for one class versus the other, there are other things that you can do, like oversampling or subsampling or something like that. So that is something people have done. So where you have one class less than the other. And another way people have looked at that is the way the metrics are used. So you have weighted metrics in the results rather than absolute metrics. So you kind of capture the fact that in your experiment there was an imbalance, so your results will be compensated by the weights of those classes. So these are two things I can think of off the top of my head now. Is feature selection and ranking needed for deep learning systems? It depends. In many cases, it may not be needed. It depends on how your deep learning system is. Some people would use feature selection and ranking to reduce the stress on the deep learning system. So of course, or the overhead on the deep learning system. So the less the number of features that will be processed by the model, the quicker and the less computational effort on the deep learning system. It may not be needed or necessary. There are works that I've done where I have used some of the deep learning mechanism itself as a feature selector. So I've skipped that entirely. And there are works where I've decided to use feature selection because I know that certain features are redundant anyway, because we can see that they are not contributing much. So it depends on a case by case basis. How do we do the analysis of huge data set in real devices? It can temper the devices during feature extractions. A huge data set on real devices, that's a challenge. It took us a long time to do this. So that's why we had a large number of devices. We had about 8. We could have bought more if we wanted, but we just really wanted to keep it a small number so that we can monitor. I think we were processing 100 applications per day. So it's not easy. You just have to have that patience and time if you want to do the analysis of a huge data set on real devices. But what we also notice is that's the thing with dynamic analysis anyway. Even if you're using an emulator, you are still going to have to, that time is still going to be there. If you compare that to static analysis is very, very fast. That is one of the attractions of static analysis. I've done static analysis work before, and it's just so nice for you to see that you get it over and done with much quicker than dynamic analysis. Can it temper the devices during feature extraction? No, we've not noticed the devices being tempered at all, because what we have, if you look at our Dynalog paper, we developed that extraction device or extraction tool in a way that it's aware of what is happening in the system and so on. So we don't have any tempering. Well, it depends on what you mean by tempering. If like, let me use this example of monkey. Like monkey, during the extraction of features, we noticed, and we have this in one of the papers, we noticed that because of the random nature of the events, it will, for example, switch up the Wi-Fi. It might go and configure the system, go into system configuration and change some configuration so that the next application that you now send will get stuck or will not be able to perform properly. So one of the things we were doing was we now started putting compensation scripts that will look at, say, okay, check whether the to that kind of reset the device into a state whereby in case the previous application that was processed has changed, things have changed because of monkey. So I don't know whether that's what you refer to as tempering. And now that's one of the advantages we had with the stateful one, which is the Droidbot, because there was less of that, because it will first look at the state of the device and the state of the user interface and send appropriate clicks or swipes or whatever is needed. Um, is there malware APK data sets for real devices? I see most of the data sets are non-ARM architecture. I don't really understand this question. I think whatever APK, I mean, whether it is non-ARM, I mean, your application will run anyway on a real device, whether it's, let me see. Okay, maybe I'll ask you to clarify that. Do you have any observation on power and detection time in real devices? No, we didn't look at the power and on power. On detection time, when you say detection time, do you mean how fast or slow it was? It's a couple of minutes as far as I'm concerned. If I remember correctly, we have that in the paper. But on power, we didn't really measure anything as far as power was concerned. We didn't really measure anything. But the way we were using it, we didn't have any observation on power issues. Um, the processing was really slow. So, okay. So there's somebody who's asking about the APK datasets. I don't know if that person can clarify that question.
Yes, sir. Can I clarify that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Thank you so much for your session today. It was very informative. So, point number one, I mentioned about tampering the devices when you do the real device feature extraction. I mean that, for example, if you take some ransomware samples and we try to run those samples and to get the feature extracted, during that time, I see that these ransomware can potentially tamper the devices because it touches the Linux kernel. So, I mean, these
Yeah.
binaries.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Right.
in that scenarios wherein we may have to reflash the new Android binaries, but the OEM for the phone or the real Android device may not allow us to actually do that flashing. So we typically, I mean, finally we lose that device. We cannot actually move forward with the testing further. I mean, extraction further. That was my point in that tampering.
Yeah.
I guess you
Yeah.
got the point.
Yeah, you're right. That is potentially possible, but I think we didn't encounter that. We did encounter a few ransomwares from the data set, but what just happened was it didn't tamper with it didn't destroy the devices or the device, but it just of course locked the device. So we had to manually remove something like that. I think I remember things like that happening. So yes, that is a potential risk. So it then becomes um, something to look at then. Okay, how do you mitigate that type of risk, or how do you either prevent that type of thing from happening, that level of destruction from happening, or how do you recover from that type of situation? So yes, that risk is there. You're right.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So the point number 2 is related to your question on data sets. I mean, the Malgenome, the AMD data sets, the Contagio.
Mhm.
I see that when I actually extract it, I see that the architecture really support for the x86, and even though it runs on the emulator is built for x86. Okay, so we can't. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm specifically mentioning about the malwares, not the goodware. So goodware is
Mhm.
specifically it will run for the ARM, but the mobiles, I mean, the embedded Android devices are typically of ARM architecture, ARM,
So
and
because they are older, right?
yeah, that is
Older.
actually embedded architecture. I mean, the desktop architecture is x86. I mean, Intel architecture. So
Mhm.
most of the Android device, I mean, which has got the Qualcomm, which has got the MediaTek chipsets. There are many chipsets which is ARM, and I see that 90% of the Android devices are getting shipped with ARM architecture. So the malwares which I see in the market, maybe from 2013 onwards, that is marginum onwards, this is actually having the x86 nature, and I can't run that in the real target. That's one of the challenge I see. That is a uh, point in that second question.
Okay, so you can't run them on the real. You've tried running them on real devices and you can't run them on real
I'm
devices.
not saying about all of them. There are many. I mean, about 70% are not able to run in real hardwares, specifically in the malware perspective. The good ways definitely it will run because we get from APK Pure or Google Play Store, it will run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the malwares, which is typically from the marginum days, I did not see that it is running. Okay, that is a point number 2. And point number 3 is about the power and detection time. Power is in the sense because you run the deep neural networks, and also it is extracting the features at runtime, and you have to actually predict it with the runtime features. So since this is going to predict it, the very big challenge is to predict the uh, output, goodware and malware, as soon as we get the application running, right? So what is the detection time when you actually run a malware? So that if I run a malware ransomware sample or our latest this COVID uh, locker malware, how much time it will take to detect it as a malware in a real device?
Okay.
That is the
Uh,
detection time, I mean.
yeah, the detection time, we will have to add all of the steps that are involved. It's typically, I would say, for what we have done and the thing that we have, the platform, the test beds that we have run, it's not more than a couple of minutes because, see, we still have to exercise when we still have to take into account that all of the same processes must occur. So, like running Droidbot on the application and whatnot. So that is the one that takes the most time, and the least is about 180 seconds. So that's a couple of minutes, 45 minutes, I would say.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you so much. So,
that overhead is more than even the classification itself. So if you think about it, that's going to be the minimum as far as this type of this work and the platform and everything is concerned. Yeah.
okay,
So,
okay.
and
Thank
then your previous question, I will imagine that it's not easy to solve that problem, except if you can get. It's just a
Yeah,
case
but
of.
we can definitely. I mean, we have to actually work on the data sets. So the data sets we need to actually tweak, and we need to, because the malware authors, I mean the
Mm,
authors might not actually consider that aspects because they might have considered the emulator perspective, but
mhm,
the real devices extraction and the detection has come. So we
mhm,
have to reiterate on the data sets perspective.
mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we need to actually tweak that.
yeah.
And on the power consumption, so the embedded devices are all running with the battery. So the power is getting one of the important factor when we actually take this model or the approach to a real Android device. Okay,
But
if it
yeah,
cannot find the
if you
power,
look,
then yeah.
yeah, right. If you look at that slide, I think what we did, we just we had a USB bank, or we had a device that was constantly powering the application. But we also had a script that was, yeah, I remember now. We had a script that was monitoring power. And so when the power goes down to a certain level, it will stop using. That was an orchestration that took power into account, whereby when the power goes down to a certain level on some of the devices, will allow them to be charging up and things like that. Yeah. So yeah, it depends. I mean, there's some engineering things that you have to do when it comes to that, much more than when you're using emulator. Of course, emulator is more straightforward. So the good thing is this work started with looking at those engineering aspects mainly first, before even looking at, okay, what would be the effect on machine learning or the code coverage and whatnot. So
Yes,
yeah, there's some engineering effort that will have to go into it. I think some of these details you can find in the paper, but for sure we did monitor power consumption and battery level. Yeah, I remember very well. We monitored battery level, and we were allowing some of these devices to recover in terms of getting recharged and stuff like that. Because yes, of course, it's going to run down the batteries. And to be honest with you, after some time, those devices are going to wear and tear. But of course,
yeah, but the point is that we have to actually finally certify this with the Google so that we can ship it. I mean, to in order to actually test and publish this for Android community, we may have to certify, because we need to pass the STS, CTS, and VTS test suits to be confirmed by the Google to ship this Android service or an application to the
No,
Android ecosystem.
the service, it depends. You can make this. The service does not have to be an app. It could be an app, but then also it could also be a cloud-based service, for example.
But the privacy for that is actually challenging, isn't it? We extract the data and we are sending for a cloud to say cloud to predict it whether it is a malware or a goodware, and seems to be our data is going to be into the some other
Excuse
hands.
yeah.
Yeah, that's an entirely different problem.
Is it possible for you to write the questions to Dr. Suleiman, because we are running short of time?
Sure,
Okay.
sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Kindly, his email ID is already shared. Please try to write to him directly, and maybe he'll answer you. I hope you don't mind.
No problem. No, not at all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Suleiman, thank you for your wonderful lecture on DL Droid, and a wonderful paper published in Computers and Security, and a highly cited paper, and it's a benchmark for most of the researchers working in the domain of Android malware detection. Thanks for accepting our invitation and giving us an insight on how you used the detection on real device using the deep learning architectures. So I sincerely thank you on behalf of everybody in the from Department of Computer Applications, Cochin University of Science and Technology, India, for sparing time. Looking forward to hear to you more, and very happy Christmas to you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a
Token
pleasure.
of small appreciation, we are presenting a digital certificate,
Okay.
and this may reach to you by the mail. So
Okay.
thank you so much, and we'll meet soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you having me and giving me opportunity to present the work. And Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to everybody. And enjoy the period. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye. So for the participants, like, we can stay for 1 or 2 minutes. So we have come to the end of the 5-day international workshop on information and network security challenges and solutions using the artificial intelligence approaches. So I would like to take some feedback about the course. Maybe I would like to call upon uh, Professor Retish. Am I audible to you from GEC Idukki? Are you there?
Yeah, sir.
Please.
Good evening, sir. Thank you. Yeah, myself, Ridish TK from Government Engineering College, Idukki, Kerala. Uh, National Online Workshop organized by Department of Computer Application, CUSAT, on information and network security was excellent. Was an excellent program. Actually, when I got the brochure, I just looked into the topic, and topic seems to be interesting for me. And the second thing that I looked to was the coordinator, and I saw that Dr. Vinod sir was a coordinator. So without much research, without much confusions, I simply decided to register because a couple of courses I've already registered, already attended, coordinated by Vinod sir. So I was quite sure that the sessions and the speakers would be really experts in the area. Um, and not to my surprise, it's not a surprise that uh, not even a single session in this program broke my belief. All the sessions were very informative, and all the resource persons were excellent. Excellent. I don't have any other better word to explain. It was fantastic, fantastic set of resource persons we had. We had resource persons from industry. Uh, we had Shyam Sundaram Swami. We had Bhaviksha, Mr. Sopnesh Patnagar, Dr. Sushant Dara. All those were excellent people from the industry. And another interesting and the most excellent fact is that we got an excellent we got a set of excellent academicians as resource persons international wide. Usually when an international event like this, a workshop or an international conference is happening, the representation from international wide institutions or organizations will be like one or two, and most of the sessions will be handled by in-house persons only. But this was not like that. We had a set of resource persons international wide, and all they were excellent people, excellent professors we had. Yeah, we had Dr. Corrado Aaron Visaggio, Professor Nicola Laurenti, Professor Akazamari. We had Riccardo Spolaor, and we had Dr.Suleiman Yerima. All were, it is our like it's our like so lucky to get an opportunity to interact people, all these resource persons. And we had excellent people from national wide institutions too. We had Dr. Smita Neval. We had Professor Manoj Singh Gaur. We had Professor Sreekumar from Department of Computer Application itself, and of course Vinod sir, you too. All the sessions and all the resource persons were excellent people. We got and all the sessions were so knowledge filling. So thank you so much, Vinod sir, and thank you so much from to Department of Computer Applications too, to get such a wonderful event and a wonderful knowledge filling event, and give such a wonderful opportunity to interact with a group of great personalities. So on behalf of all the participants, and on behalf of myself, I express our sincere thanks to Vinod sir and the Department of Computer Applications. Thank you so much, and I'm wishing you a very happy Christmas and a New Year to all of you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ratish sir, for your kind words. Maybe Mrs. Leena from Amrita Arts and Science. If you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Leena from Amrita School of Arts and Sciences, Kochi. Actually, I have no words to express my thanks to you people. I'm so happy that I could also be a part of this workshop. This was an excellent one. From the brochure itself, we could see that all the resource persons means it is distributed national wide and international wide. I'm not going to have their names because Ratish had already mentioned about all the speakers. So what I felt is, I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I felt all the sessions very informative and useful. I think all the participants will also agree with me. So first of all, I like to thank all the eminent resource persons who actually spend their valuable time and share their input with us. I hope these sessions will be an, so for some of us, it will be an eye opener. For some of us, we will be able to dig into deep. So thanks for that. And I couldn't say, I am not having any words to thank the workshop coordinators, Vinod sir, Rafida, Judy, everyone in the team. So I thank you all the workshop coordinators for conducting this amazingly in this pandemic situation. The way it was organized was very excellent. Thank you all. So from all, on behalf of all the participants and myself, I thank you each and everyone in the Department of Computer Applications. Actually, Department of Computer Applications of CUSAT is not new to me, even though some of the phases are new. We know sir, like Vinod sir, I don't know, I am seeing only through this workshop. Others, Sreekumar sir, Kannan sir, Judy ma'am, Malati ma'am, everyone, Pramod sir. So I know them very well. So it's like being in a family and back to my home. So I am very happy here. So I wish I could attend all the workshops coming again. So thank you all, and wish you all a happy Christmas and happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Mrs. Sita from BITS, are you available?
Yes, sir. Thanks for inviting me, for giving me a feedback. This is the third workshop that I am attending from Department of Computers Application. And I am new to the field of computer security or cyber security as such. Whatever I learned, I would have learned in the graduation or the graduate program, not beyond that. But right now there is a hype because of all the activities that happen across the cyber one. And another thing that I have seen is there are a lot of applications for machine learning and deep learning techniques to be used. So when I'm coming from the other end of the spectrum, that is having a good knowledge of the machine learning and deep learning techniques that we can apply. Question was, how do I scale up to the cybersecurity? And I heard all the jargons that I'm supposed to learn by reading a book. So it is like a fast forward session for me. And as always, Department of Computer Application, it always delivers on the workshops. It's always knowledge packed, some things that we have to work on. And it helps us to go better in the field because of this workshop that we attend. So in that way, it has helped me. And one of my student also who has joined information security for the master's. So she's also participating here. So both of us being new to this field of cybersecurity, we found that we don't have to read too much now. We can just learn, or we just learned all the words and terminologies that are good for us. And then I hope that I'll be able to take this forward and come up with the different techniques that I can apply using the machine learning, deep learning techniques. So thank you for the wonderful session, highly knowledge packed. And as always, you delivered on the course. Thanks a lot. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year for everybody.
Thank you, madam. Anybody can unmute, and if they want to share their experience, it would be really nice. Anyone more we can take, and then.
Good evening, sir. This is Shanta Devi.
Good evening, madam. Good evening. Thank you.
Sir, all the sessions are wonderful. Starts with a good start from Sham. He was excellent.
Madam, can you, sorry to interrupt. Can you say
Yes.
where you belong? Which university? If you...
Yeah, I'm from NIT Trichy. I'm doing research here. And so can you hear me?
Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah. So each and every session is so interesting, and I was initially I'm not it's new for me, the Android and at all, but I attended each and everything. It was so interesting. I'm not getting bored in any lectures or any session. I was continuously listening from the start to end, and I grasped a lot of information. So it's so helpful and enlightening lectures, and every from the academician to the industry people, all are given an excellent way of expressing their knowledge, and they explain from the down to earth. It's like from the down to earth to the high extent level. So I learned a lot and I enjoyed a lot. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. For the kind note of the participants, we will be sharing the certificates as well as the receipt by email. Now, to conclude the international workshop on network and information security using artificial intelligence approaches, I would invite our beloved HOD, Dr. Sabu. Please.
So, sorry for interrupting. So these videos can be shared in a drive?
Yes. We'll share the videos as well as
PPTs.
PPT. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, dear participants. I hope all of you are enjoyed all the sessions of this 5-day international workshop on information and network security challenges and solutions using artificial intelligence techniques. In this workshop, we arranged around 16 various different sessions. And most of the resource persons discussed how the latest technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning can be used in this particular domain. So try to apply the ideas discussed in this workshop in your research and try to publish good articles. On behalf of the Department of Computer Applications and on behalf of the coordinators of this workshop, I extend my sincere thanks to all the participants, and we expect your cooperations in future endeavors of the Department of Computer Applications, especially in the Cyber Intelligence Research Lab. Thank you. Wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Wish you a very happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year. We'll meet soon. Thank you. So we are closing the meeting now. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you.